Welcome, weary traveler, to a gentle journey through the diverse regions of Hyrule. Tonight, we'll explore the sacred lands that have shaped countless generations, from the desert fortress of the Gerudo to the crystal waters of Zora's domain. This is a tale of communities that have endured through triumph and tragedy, of peoples whose cultures have flourished across the ages. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift as we wander together through these storied realms. There's no rush here, no need to remember every detail. Just let these tales of distant places wash over you like evening mist across familiar fields. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin. In the very heart of the kingdom of Hyrule, where ancient stones hold memories older than recorded history, and where the shadows of the past dance with the hopes of tomorrow, stands a monument to both triumph and tragedy that has defined the destiny of an entire realm for countless generations. This is the story of Central Hyrule, where the beating heart of civilization has pulsed through ages of glory and darkness, where kings and princesses have made their homes, and where the greatest secrets of the kingdom lie buried beneath foundations that were laid with wisdom and built upon sacrifice. Hyrule Castle rises from the earth like a dream made manifest in stone and crystal, its soaring spires reaching toward the heavens, as if trying to bridge the gap between the mortal realm and the dwelling place of the gods themselves. Yet this magnificent citadel, this crown jewel of architectural achievement that has served as the seat of royal power for millennia, harbors within its very foundations a secret so profound and terrible that its revelation transforms our understanding of everything the kingdom represents. Long before the castle we know today ever cast its first shadow across the land, in ages so distant that their memory has passed from history into legend, and from legend into myth, there lived a king whose wisdom was matched only by his courage, and whose sacrifice would echo through the centuries like the toll of a sacred bell. King Rauru of the Zonai, that ancient and mysterious race who possessed knowledge and abilities that seemed to blur the line between technology and divinity, ruled over a realm that existed in harmony with forces beyond mortal comprehension. When the shadow of ultimate evil fell across his kingdom in the form of Ganondorf, the king of the Gerudo whose heart had been consumed by malice and whose very presence seemed to corrupt the air itself, King Rauru understood with crystal clarity that conventional warfare would never be sufficient to stop such concentrated darkness. The battle that followed was not merely a conflict between armies, but a struggle between the fundamental forces that govern existence itself: light against shadow, hope against despair, the creative power of love against the destructive hunger of hatred. In the deepest chambers beneath what would one day become Hyrule Field, in caverns so far below the surface that they seemed to exist at the very roots of the world, King Rauru made the ultimate sacrifice that his wisdom told him was necessary. Using his own life force as the binding agent, he sealed Ganondorf away in an imprisoning chamber that existed partially outside normal space and time, creating a prison from which escape should have been impossible for any being bound by the usual laws of existence. Yet Rauru understood, with the foresight that comes from true wisdom, that his sacrifice alone would not be sufficient to protect future generations from the evil he had contained. The sealing was powerful beyond mortal comprehension, but it was not permanent in any absolute sense. Time would eventually weaken even the strongest magical bonds, and when that day came, the kingdom would need protection of a different kind. Not the raw power that had created the seal, but the subtler strength that comes from vigilance, preparation, and the careful guarding of dangerous knowledge. And so, in the generations that followed the Great Sealing, the descendants of those who had witnessed Rauru's sacrifice began the monumental task of constructing Hyrule Castle directly above the imprisoning chamber. This was not merely an architectural undertaking, but an act of profound faith and responsibility that would span decades and require the combined efforts of the greatest builders, engineers, and magical practitioners the kingdom had ever produced. The castle that slowly rose from the earth was designed with purpose that went far beyond providing a seat for earthly rulers or a symbol of royal authority. Every stone was placed with deliberate intention, every tower and buttress positioned to channel and contain energies that most of the workers could not even perceive, let alone understand. The entire structure served as both fortress and seal, a magnificent palace that also functioned as the kingdom's greatest prison, keeping watch over the evil that slumbered far below. Stone tablets, hidden in secret passages that connected the castle to distant locations, recorded the truth in language so carefully chosen that only those with the wisdom to understand the implications would grasp their full meaning. These ancient records spoke of a castle erected to protect the secret, words that carried within them the weight of a burden that each generation of rulers would inherit along with their crown. The monarch who wore the crown of Hyrule was not merely a political leader, but the guardian of a terrible responsibility, keeper of a truth that could never be shared with the common people, but could never be forgotten by those charged with protecting them. This hidden purpose transformed every aspect of royal life into something far more complex and demanding than outsiders could ever realize. The kings and queens who ruled from Hyrule Castle were not simply making decisions about taxes and treaties, infrastructure and law. They were constantly aware that beneath their very feet lay an evil so concentrated and terrible that its escape would spell doom not just for their kingdom, but potentially for all existence. Every choice they made, every policy they enacted, every alliance they forged was influenced by this awareness, this knowledge that they stood as the final guardians between their people and a threat beyond imagination. The irony was profound and inescapable. The kingdom's greatest strength was built upon its greatest vulnerability, its most beautiful symbol constructed to hide its most terrible secret. The castle that inspired such awe and wonder in those who gazed upon it from afar was simultaneously the lid on a container that held concentrated malice, the stopper in a bottle that contained liquid nightmare. For centuries, this dual nature remained hidden, the truth known only to the royal family and their most trusted advisors, while the common people saw only the magnificent palace where their beloved rulers made their home. During the golden age that preceded the Great Calamity, when peace had reigned for so long that war seemed like a distant memory, and prosperity flowed through the land like water from an eternal spring, life within Hyrule Castle achieved a grandeur that would be remembered in songs and stories for generations to come. The great halls echoed with the footsteps of diplomats and scholars, courtiers and champions, while the libraries contained the accumulated wisdom of ages, and the dining rooms hosted feasts that celebrated the friendship between all the races of Hyrule. King Rome Bosphorus Hyrule, that wise and noble ruler whose reign would be remembered as one of the greatest in the kingdom's history, presided over a court that embodied the very best of what civilization could achieve, when different peoples chose cooperation over conflict and wisdom over mere power. The castle's corridors, marked with colored banners that guided knights and servants through the labyrinthine passages, buzzed with the constant activity of a government that served not just the Hylians, but all the diverse races that called Hyrule home. In the royal library, Princess Zelda spent countless hours poring over ancient texts and scholarly treatises, her brilliant mind absorbing knowledge with an appetite that seemed insatiable. Her studies ranged from the practical matters of statecraft and diplomacy to the esoteric mysteries of magic, and divine power, for she understood even then that her destiny would require her to master not just the art of ruling, but the far more dangerous art of wielding forces beyond mortal understanding. The sight of the young princess, her golden hair catching the light as she bent over some particularly challenging manuscript, became as familiar to the castle's residents as the sunrise itself. King Rome's own study, filled with maps and documents that told the story of the kingdom's growth and prosperity, served as the nerve center from which the realm's governance flowed like water from a mountain spring. Here the king met with his advisors, planned policies that would affect millions of lives, and wrestled with the terrible burden of knowledge that came with his crown. The decisions made in this chamber shaped not just the present but the future, for Rome understood that every choice a ruler makes echoes through the generations like ripples spreading across a still pond. The throne room itself, that magnificent chamber where the symbols of royal authority were displayed for all to see, contained within its very architecture a hidden message that spoke to those who knew how to read it. Above the great thrones, carved into the stone itself, was the musical notation for Zelda's lullaby, that ancient melody which had been associated with the royal family since time immemorial. This was more than mere decoration. It was a declaration that the power of the crown was not based on force or fear, but on the gentler strength that comes from love, protection, and the kind of wisdom that sings itself into the hearts of those who hear it. The castle's defensive systems, while impressive to casual observers, possessed layers of sophistication that spoke to the deeper purpose the structure served. The walls that seemed designed merely to repel conventional armies were actually built to contain energies far more dangerous than any earthly weapon, while the towers that appeared to serve as watchtowers for spotting distant enemies were actually positioned to channel and focus magical forces in ways that strengthened the ancient seal far below. Every aspect of the castle's design served this dual purpose, creating a structure that was simultaneously palace and prison, home and guardian, symbol of hope and keeper of despair. Yet, even in this golden age, when the castle served as a beacon of civilization that drew visitors from the farthest corners of the world, there were those who understood that the peace they enjoyed was more fragile than most dared to imagine. The ancient prophecies, preserved in the most sacred texts and whispered among the wise, spoke of a time when the evil sealed beneath the castle would stir once more, when the bonds that held it would weaken, and when the kingdom would face its greatest trial since the days of King Rauru himself. When that prophesied time finally arrived, when the signs became too clear to deny, and the fortune teller's warnings proved accurate beyond any possible doubt, Hyrule Castle transformed from a symbol of peace into the epicenter of preparation for war. The great halls that had once hosted diplomatic receptions now echoed with the sounds of weapons being tested and strategies being planned. The libraries that had once been peaceful sanctuaries for scholarly research became command centers where ancient knowledge was studied not for its own sake, but for any clue it might provide about how to face the returning threat. The excavation of the ancient Sheikah technology, those miraculous machines that had been buried by fearful kings in ages past, turned the castle grounds into something resembling a vast archaeological site. Teams of researchers and engineers worked day and night to uncover and restore guardians and divine beasts, their efforts guided by Sheikah wisdom that had been preserved through generations of exile and silence. The irony was not lost on those who understood the history. The kingdom that had once exiled the shadow folk for their dangerous knowledge now desperately needed that same knowledge to survive. Princess Zelda threw herself into this work with an intensity that bordered on obsession, driven by her awareness that her own sacred powers, which should have been the kingdom's ultimate protection, remained frustratingly beyond her reach. She could be found at all hours in the castle's research facilities, working alongside Pura and Robbie and their teams. Her presence both inspiring and heartbreaking to those who witnessed her struggle. Here was the inheritor of goddess-touched power, the one person who should have been able to face any supernatural threat, and yet she seemed as helpless as any ordinary mortal when it came to accessing the abilities that were her birthright. The champions who had been chosen to pilot the divine beasts often gathered in the throne room for briefings and strategy sessions, their diverse backgrounds and personalities creating a fascinating tableau that represented the very best of what Hyrule's alliance of races could produce. Daruk's booming laughter would echo off the ancient stones, while Mipha's gentle voice provided counterpoint, Rivali's sharp observations cutting through discussions with the precision of one of his arrows, while Urbosa's maternal wisdom guided them all toward greater understanding of their shared mission. Yet beneath all this frantic preparation, beneath the confidence and determination that the champions displayed and the careful optimism that King Rome maintained, there ran an undercurrent of dread that no amount of planning could entirely dispel. Those who truly understood what they faced knew that they were preparing for a battle unlike any the kingdom had ever seen, a conflict that would test not just their military might, but the very foundations upon which their civilization was built. When Calamity Ganon finally emerged from its ancient prison, rising from the depths beneath the castle like a plague made manifest in twisted metal and concentrated malice, the transformation of Hyrule Castle from palace to nightmare happened with a speed that defied comprehension. The ancient evil that had slumbered for 10,000 years erupted with a fury that had been building across millennia, its rage given form in ways that corrupted everything it touched. The guardians that had been so carefully excavated and restored, those mechanical marvels that should have been the kingdom's salvation, became instead its destroyers as Ganon's malice overrode their programming and turned them against their creators. The sight of these ancient protectors turning their energy beams against the very people they had been designed to defend was perhaps the cruelest irony of all in a day filled with tragic reversals. Purple streams of corrupted energy began pouring from the castle's towers like infected blood from mortal wounds, while dark fog rolled through corridors that had once echoed with laughter and scholarly debate. The malice that flowed from the awakened calamity seemed to have a life of its own, creeping through the castle's passages like a living thing, corrupting and destroying everything it encountered, while transforming the magnificent palace into something that belonged more in nightmares than in the waking world. The great halls where diplomats had once negotiated treaties became slaughterhouses where corrupted guardians hunted down anyone unfortunate enough to be caught within the castle's walls. The library where Princess Zelda had spent so many peaceful hours became a maze of toppled shelves and burning manuscripts, the accumulated wisdom of centuries reduced to ash and smoke. The throne room where kings had dispensed justice for generations became the lair of something so alien and terrible that even looking upon it seemed to drain hope from the observer's heart. King Rome himself fell during those first terrible hours, his body joining the countless others who perished as their beloved home transformed into a fortress of pure evil. The wise ruler who had guided the kingdom through its preparation for this very catastrophe became another casualty of the disaster he had tried so hard to prevent. His death, symbolizing the complete failure of all their careful planning and desperate hopes. Yet even in this moment of ultimate triumph for the forces of darkness, when it seemed that Calamity Ganon had achieved total victory and that the kingdom's light would be extinguished forever, one spark of hope remained. Deep within the corrupted heart of the castle, Princess Zelda made her way toward the throne room where the calamity waited. Her consciousness finally awakened to the divine power that had eluded her for so long, her heart burning with determination to ensure that her father's sacrifice and her champion's deaths would not be in vain. The confrontation that followed existed on planes beyond normal understanding, a battle of wills and sacred powers. that shook the very foundations of reality itself. When it was over, when Zelda's newly awakened abilities had created the stalemate that would define the next century, Hyrule Castle stood transformed once more, no longer a palace, no longer a simple fortress of evil, but something stranger and more complex than either. It became a prison within a prison, where Princess Zelda's consciousness held Calamity Ganon in check, while both remained trapped within the corrupted stones of what had once been the kingdom's beating heart. For 100 years, while Link slept in the Shrine of Resurrection, and the scattered survivors of the Great Calamity slowly rebuilt their shattered lives, Hyrule Castle pulsed with the rhythm of an impossible struggle. The princess, who had finally found her power, used every ounce of that divine strength to maintain a containment that grew more difficult with each passing day. Her spirit locked in eternal combat with an evil that never ceased its efforts to break free and complete the work of destruction it had begun. The castle that had once been a symbol of hope and prosperity became instead a monument to sacrifice and endurance, its corrupted spires visible from every corner of the kingdom as a constant reminder of what had been lost and what was still at stake. Travelers who saw it from afar would feel a chill that had nothing to do with weather, while those brave or foolish enough to venture closer would find themselves facing guardians that still patrolled the grounds, their loyalty now given to the very evil they had once been programmed to oppose. Yet even in its corrupted state, even wreathed in malice and serving as a prison for both princess and monster, Hyrule Castle retained something of its original nobility. The stones that had been laid with such care still held echoes of the love and wisdom that had shaped their placement, while the corridors that had witnessed so much joy and sorrow continued to resonate with the memories of better times. Beneath the corruption and the darkness, the essential nature of what the castle represented, protection, justice, hope, and the unbreakable bonds between rulers and people remained intact, waiting for the day when it could once again serve its true purpose. It was this enduring nobility, this fundamental goodness, that not even Calamity Ganon could entirely corrupt, that made possible the events that would eventually unfold when Link awakened and began his journey toward the castle's liberation. The palace that had become a prison still remembered what it had been built to be, and that memory would prove stronger than any malice when the time finally came for the ancient struggle to reach its conclusion. But that time lay yet in the future, beyond a century of darkness and struggle, beyond the patient endurance of a princess whose love for her people proved stronger than any evil the world could conjure. For now, Hyrule Castle stood as it would stand for 100 years, a monument to both the highest aspirations and the deepest fears of the kingdom, a structure that embodied in stone and crystal the eternal struggle between light and shadow that defines the very nature of existence itself. In the shadow of the great castle, where the morning sun still rose each day despite the darkness that had claimed the kingdom's heart, other stories were beginning to unfold. These were quieter tales, less dramatic perhaps than the epic struggle being waged within the corrupted walls, but no less important in their own way. For while Princess Zelda fought her impossible battle and the great castle served as both prison and monument, the people of Hyrule were beginning the long, slow work of rebuilding not just their communities but their hope itself. The sacred ground ruins, that ancient site where royal knights had once been honored in ceremonies that connected the present to the most noble traditions of the past, lay quiet and largely forgotten during the dark century that followed the Great Calamity. Here, among stones carved with the Triforce and symbols of the three golden goddesses, the grass grew tall and wild, while the wing crest of the royal family weathered slowly under sun and rain that washed over the abandoned memorial without ceremony or witness. Yet, This neglect was not abandonment in any complete sense, for the sacred nature of the place seemed to preserve it against the worst effects of time and weather. The Triforce carved into the central stone remained clear and sharp, as if the divine geometry it represented possessed some inherent resistance to decay, while the surrounding symbols spoke silently to any who had eyes to see, of a time when honor and duty were celebrated publicly, and the bonds between rulers and champions were acknowledged before all the kingdom. It was here, in this place of memory and dedication, that Link had knelt before Princess Zelda and the assembled champions to receive his appointment as her personal knight. His legendary skill with the Master Sword finally recognized with the formal ceremony that his heroic nature deserved. The memory of that day would prove to be one of the most important that Link would recover during his journey of remembrance, for it captured not just a moment of personal achievement, but the very essence of what it meant to serve something greater than oneself. When the upheaval began and chasms started opening across Hyrule, like wounds in the earth itself, when gloom began seeping onto the surface from whatever dark realm it inhabited, the sacred ground ruins suddenly became the focus of urgent attention once more, not because anyone remembered the ceremonies that had once taken place there, for that knowledge had been lost along with so much else during the Dark Century, but because the site's central location and defensible position made it an ideal place from which to investigate and respond to the strange phenomena that were transforming the kingdom yet again. The settlement that grew up around the ruins happened almost by accident, born from the practical necessity of housing researchers and guards who found themselves spending more and more time at the site as the mysterious events intensified. What began as a few tents and temporary shelters gradually evolved into something more permanent and organized, until the place that had once hosted royal ceremonies was bustling once more with activity, though of a very different kind than what its builders had originally intended. Lookout Landing, as the new settlement came to be called, represented in microcosm the kind of adaptation and resilience that had allowed Hyrule's people to survive their kingdom's greatest catastrophe. Here was a community that had grown organically around immediate needs, where people from different backgrounds and races worked together toward common goals without the formal structures and ancient protocols that had once defined cooperation between the kingdom's diverse peoples. The great perimeter fence that now surrounded the sacred ground spoke to practical concerns about security and defense, but it also created a sense of enclosed community that was both protective and nurturing. Within its walls, researchers from the Hateno Tech Lab worked alongside guards from various settlements, while merchants and craftspeople provided the goods and services necessary to keep such a diverse group functioning as a cohesive whole. Pura's establishment of her primary research facility at Lookout Landing transformed the settlement from a temporary gathering point into something approaching a genuine town. Her massive telescope, pointed toward distant mysteries that required investigation, became as much a landmark of the new community as the ancient ruins at its heart, while her team of researchers and assistants brought a sense of purpose and direction that helped focus the settlement's growth and development. The emergency shelter that lay hidden beneath the sacred ground ruins proved to be one of the most significant discoveries of the early days of Lookout Landing's development. This underground chamber, accessible only through a carefully concealed entrance, revealed that the royal family's preparations for disaster had extended far beyond what most people had realized. Here was a fully equipped refuge, complete with supplies, weapons, and maps, designed to serve as a safe haven during times of crisis. The revelation that this shelter had been built by royal command, intended for use by the royal family itself during emergencies, cast new light on the sacred ground ruins and their historical significance. This was not merely a ceremonial site where knights received honors and vows were publicly sworn, but a carefully chosen location that combined symbolic importance with practical defensive advantages, a place where the kingdom's leaders could retreat if necessary, while maintaining their connection to the ideals and traditions that defined their authority. Monty, the guard who watched over the shelter's entrance, became in many ways the keeper of this newly discovered history, his stories and explanations helping visitors understand the significance of what they were seeing, while his presence ensured that the site's security was maintained. His casual mention that the shelter was quite old, but that they had been fixing it up as they go, spoke to the practical approach that characterized so much of post-calamity life. Make use of what exists, adapt it to current needs, and worry about perfect restoration later, if ever. The secret tunnels that connected the emergency shelter to Hyrule Castle itself proved to be perhaps the most remarkable discovery of all, for they revealed that the sacred ground ruins had been designed from the beginning as more than just a ceremonial site. These passages, carved through solid rock and maintained by engineering techniques that spoke to remarkable skill and foresight, created a hidden link between the kingdom's symbolic center and its administrative heart, allowing for communication and movement even during the most difficult circumstances. The stone tablet found deep within these tunnels, explaining that Hyrule Castle had been erected to protect the secret of Ganondorf's imprisonment, provided the key to understanding not just the castle's true purpose, but the entire hidden history of the kingdom's founding. This revelation transformed the sacred ground ruins from a place of purely ceremonial significance into a repository of the kingdom's deepest truths, a site where the surface ceremonies of knighthood and honor connected to underground realities of sacrifice and eternal vigilance. The establishment of Lookout Landing as a permanent settlement represented far more than simple practical adaptation to changing circumstances. It embodied the kind of organic community building that had always been one of Hyrule's greatest strengths, the ability of diverse peoples to come together around shared needs and mutual respect, creating something new while honoring what had come before. The multicultural character of the settlement, where researchers worked alongside craftspeople and guards, where Sheikah technology was studied by scholars of multiple races, where trade goods moved freely and information flowed without regard to traditional boundaries, demonstrated that the values the kingdom had always claimed to represent could survive even the collapse of the formal structures that had once embodied them. Here was proof that Hyrule's greatest asset had never been its castles or its armies, but the willingness of its people to cooperate across the lines that might otherwise divide them. The Sheikah Skyview Tower that rose from the heart of Lookout Landing served as both practical tool and symbolic statement. Its advanced technology, derived from the same ancient knowledge that had created the guardians and divine beasts, offered new ways of observing and understanding the transformed kingdom, while its presence at the center of the settlement declared that the wisdom of the Shadow Folk was no longer something to be feared or suppressed, but embraced as an essential part of Hyrule's future. From the tower's elevated platform, observers could see for miles, in every direction, their view encompassing not just the physical geography of central Hyrule, but the full scope of the kingdom's ongoing transformation. The corrupted castle still dominated the northern horizon, its dark energy clearly visible even from this distance, while the various settlements and ruins scattered across the landscape told the story of a people who had endured catastrophe and were slowly, steadily building something new from the pieces of what had been destroyed. The work that went on within Lookout Landing's walls represented the same kind of patient, collaborative effort that had originally built Hyrule's civilization. Researchers studied ancient mysteries with the same dedication their predecessors had shown, but now their work was informed by hard-won knowledge about the dangers of hidden knowledge and the importance of sharing wisdom rather than hoarding it. Guards protected the settlement and its inhabitants with the same loyalty that had once motivated the Royal Knights, but now their service was given freely to a community rather than demanded by hierarchical authority. The view from Lookout Landing toward Hyrule Castle carried with it all the complex emotions that defined post-calamity Hyrule grief for what had been lost, determination to prevent such losses from happening again, and hope that the dark energy rising from the corrupted palace might someday be cleansed and the structure restored to its original purpose. The settlement itself embodied the same mixture of feelings. A community built on the ruins of ceremony, but dedicated to the future rather than the past. Practical in its approach to immediate problems, but never forgetting the ideals that had originally brought its members together. As night fell over central Hyrule, and the lights of Lookout Landing twinkled like earthbound stars in the shadow of the great corrupted castle, the settlement represented everything that was best about the kingdom's enduring spirit. Here was proof that even in the darkest times, even when ancient evils stirred and the future seemed uncertain, people could still come together in friendship and mutual support, still work toward goals that benefited everyone rather than just themselves, still maintain hope that tomorrow might be better than today. The sacred ground ruins at the settlement's heart, no longer the site of royal ceremonies, but still a place where honor and dedication were quietly celebrated every day through the actions of those who had made it their home, remained, as they had always been, a reminder that true nobility comes not from titles or bloodlines, but from the willingness to serve others and protect what is good and beautiful in the world. In this quiet transformation of ancient purpose into modern necessity, in this seamless blending of past meaning with present needs, lay the secret of Hyrule's greatest strength and the promise of its eventual redemption. High upon the volcanic slopes where fire itself is born from the living heart of the earth, where molten stone flows like rivers of liquid gold, and the very air shimmers with heat that would reduce lesser beings to ash, there exists a civilization so remarkable in its harmony with elemental forces that visitors often wonder whether they have stepped into the realm of the gods themselves. This is Death Mountain, sacred home of the Goron people, where the deepest truths about strength and gentleness, endurance and compassion have been forged in furnaces that burn with the concentrated fury of creation itself. To understand the Gorons is to understand something fundamental about the nature of true power, for here are beings whose physical strength rivals that of the mountain itself, whose bodies can withstand temperatures that would melt ordinary metal, and whose endurance allows them to work for days without rest in conditions that would kill most creatures within minutes. Yet these same beings, these living embodiments of elemental force, possess hearts so gentle and spirits so generous that their first instinct upon meeting a stranger is not to test their strength, but to offer them food, shelter, and the warmth of genuine friendship. The philosophy that guides Goron society represents one of the most beautiful paradoxes in all of Hyrule's diverse cultures. The understanding that true strength comes not from the ability to destroy, but from the wisdom to protect, not from the power to dominate, but from the courage to serve others. Where other races might see the incredible physical abilities of the Gorons and assume that their society is built upon competition and conflict, the reality is precisely the opposite. The stronger a Goron becomes, the more responsibility he feels to use that strength in service of his brothers the more aware he becomes of the need for gentleness and restraint. This wisdom is reflected in every aspect of their mountain home, from the city they have carved into the very slopes of Death Mountain, to the intricate network of mines and forges that honeycomb the volcanic rock beneath their feet. Goron City is not merely a settlement, but a masterwork of engineering that demonstrates how intelligence and patience can transform even the most hostile environment into a place of beauty and comfort. The structures that rise from the mountainside seem to grow naturally from the stone itself, their curves and angles following the contours of the volcanic rock with such perfect harmony that it becomes difficult to determine where nature ends and craftsmanship begins. The city's placement high upon the mountain slopes serves multiple purposes beyond the obvious advantage of being close to the lava flows that provide both heat and raw materials for Goron industry. This elevation creates natural defenses that have protected the Goron people throughout their long history, while the thin air and extreme temperatures ensure that only the most determined visitors can reach their home without invitation. Yet this isolation has never bred suspicion or hostility in the Goron heart, rather. It has made them appreciate all the more deeply the effort that others make to reach them, turning every visitor into an honored guest worthy of their finest hospitality. The architecture of Goron City reflects the same philosophy that guides its inhabitants, with form following function in ways that create beauty through utility rather than mere decoration. The great chambers carved into the mountain serve simultaneously as workshops, gathering halls, and homes, their generous proportions, allowing for the kind of community life that the Gorons cherish above all other things. The forges that burn eternally in the city's heart are not hidden away like industrial secrets, but placed prominently where all can see the work being done, turning the creation of useful things into a form of public art. The most sacred spaces within the city are reserved for the great stone carvings that honor the heroes and leaders who have shaped Goron history across the centuries. These monuments, carved with patient skill from the living rock of the mountain itself, serve as both historical record and inspiration for future generations. Here can be found the likenesses of Darmani III, that mighty warrior whose strength was matched only by his compassion for others, and Gorgoron, whose wisdom guided his people through times of trial and uncertainty. But it is the most recent addition to this gallery of heroes that carries the greatest significance for the current generation of Gorons. The carving of Daruk, the champion who gave his life in the battle against Calamity Ganon, dominates the central plaza, not merely because of his size, though his massive frame required the finest sculptors to work for months to capture his true proportions, but because of what he represents to his people and to all who knew him. Daruk embodied everything that was finest about Goron culture, combining physical strength that bordered on the supernatural with a heart so pure and generous that even his enemies found it difficult to maintain their hostility in his presence. His laughter, that deep, booming sound that could echo off mountain peaks and lift the spirits of anyone fortunate enough to hear it, became as much a symbol of Goron character as any weapon or tool they might forge in their endless workshops. The path that led Daruk to become champion of his people and defender of all Hyrule began in the same forges where every Goron learns the fundamental lessons of their culture. From his earliest days, young Daruk demonstrated the kind of physical prowess that marked him as exceptional, even among a people known for their strength. He could lift stones that would challenge full-grown adults, work for hours in heat that forced others to take frequent breaks, and move through the mountain's treacherous passages with the sure-footed grace of one born to the volcanic slopes. Yet it was not his physical abilities that truly set Daruk apart from his brothers, but his instinctive understanding of how strength should be used. While other young Gorons might use their developing muscles to show off or to compete with their peers, Daruk consistently channeled his growing power toward helping others and protecting those who needed assistance. He became known throughout the city as the Goron, who would always be there when help was needed, whether the task involved moving heavy stones, rescuing someone from a dangerous situation, or simply providing the kind of emotional support that comes from knowing someone cares enough to stand beside you. This natural inclination toward protection and service developed over time into something far more sophisticated and powerful than mere physical assistance. As Daruk matured, and his strength grew to legendary proportions, he began to manifest abilities that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of even Goron physiology. The protective barrier that would later become his signature ability first appeared during a crisis when younger Gorons were threatened by a rock slide that could have crushed them instantly. Without conscious thought, purely through his desperate desire to protect his brothers, Daruk projected a dome of energy that deflected the falling stones as easily as morning mist deflects sunlight. The barrier that surrounded him and those he sought to protect shimmered with orange light that seemed to draw its power directly from his unshakable will to keep others safe from harm. This was not magic in any conventional sense, but something deeper and more fundamental. The physical manifestation of a pure heart's determination to serve as shield and guardian for all who needed protection. The development of this ability marked Daruk's transition from exceptional individual to legendary champion, for it represented the perfect fusion of Goron strength with Goron philosophy. Here was power that existed purely to protect rather than to attack. Strength that created safety rather than fear. Force that built up rather than tore down. When Princess Zelda came to Death Mountain seeking champions to pilot the divine beasts, she found in Daruk not just a warrior of incredible capability, but a living embodiment of everything that the kingdom's defenders should strive to become. Daruk's acceptance of the role of champion was never really a choice in any conventional sense. It was simply the natural expression of who he had always been. The great salamander Vah Rudania, with its ability to traverse even the most treacherous volcanic terrain and channel the mountain's own elemental fury, seemed designed specifically for someone of his unique combination of strength, wisdom, and protective instincts. When he first took control of the massive divine beast, the harmony between pilot and machine was so perfect that observers described it as watching the mountain itself come to life in defense of the kingdom. The friendship that developed between Daruk and the other champions revealed different facets of his remarkable character, each relationship bringing out qualities that might not have been visible in isolation. With Princess Mipha, he shared the understanding that comes from possessing healing and protective abilities, their conversations often focusing on the responsibility that comes with the power to keep others safe. Her gentle wisdom provided a perfect counterpoint to his more straightforward approach to problems, while his unwavering optimism helped sustain her during moments of doubt or discouragement. His relationship with Rivali was perhaps more complex, for the Rito champion's pride and competitive nature sometimes clashed with Daruk's more humble and collaborative approach to heroism. Yet beneath their surface differences lay a deep mutual respect born from their shared commitment to excellence and their willingness to sacrifice everything for the greater good. Daruk's patient acceptance of Rivali's sometimes abrasive personality often served to diffuse tensions within the group, while his genuine admiration for the archer's skills helped moderate the Rito's tendency toward arrogance. With Urbosa, Daruk shared the particular understanding that comes from being a leader among one's own people, while also serving the broader needs of the kingdom. Both had learned how to balance the demands of their traditional roles with the new responsibilities that came with being champions, and their discussions often touched on the challenges of representing their respective cultures while working toward goals that transcended any single race or region. Urbosa's strategic mind complemented Daruk's more intuitive approach to leadership, while his steady presence provided an anchor for her more volatile emotions. But it was his friendship with Link that revealed perhaps the most touching aspect of Daruk's character: his ability to see past surface differences to the essential qualities that make someone worthy of respect and affection. Where others might have been intimidated by Link's legendary reputation or put off by his quiet demeanor, Daruk immediately recognized a kindred spirit, someone whose strength was matched by their dedication to protecting others. He began calling Link "Little Buddy" with genuine affection, the nickname reflecting not condescension but the same kind of protective fondness he might show to a younger brother. The trials and preparations that preceded the Great Calamity allowed all the champions to develop their abilities and strengthen their bonds with their divine beasts. But for Daruk, this period represented something more significant: the full flowering of his role as protector, not just of his own people, but of all Hyrule. Vah Rudania responded to his control with increasing sophistication, its movements across the volcanic landscape becoming as graceful and purposeful as those of a living creature, while its weapon systems integrated seamlessly with his own protective abilities to create defensive capabilities that seemed almost magical in their effectiveness. When the time finally came to face Calamity Ganon, when all their preparation was put to the ultimate test, Daruk approached the battle with the same combination of determination and serenity that had characterized his entire approach to the champion's role. He understood the risks they all faced, was fully aware that their mission might well cost him his life, yet he never wavered in his commitment to stand between the forces of darkness and the innocent people who depended on their protection. The corruption that seized Vah Rudania when Calamity Ganon emerged from its ancient prison represented a violation so profound and personal that it struck at the very heart of what Daruk stood for. The divine beast that had been his partner and tool became his prison and executioner. Its systems turned against him by the same malice that sought to destroy everything he had spent his life protecting. Yet even in this moment of ultimate betrayal, even as Fireblight Ganon materialized within the cockpit he had come to think of as home, Daruk's thoughts were not for his own safety but for the people who would suffer if he failed. The battle that followed tested every aspect of Daruk's abilities and character, pitting his protective instincts against an enemy specifically designed to overcome them, his strength against malice that fed on destruction itself, his hope against despair made manifest in twisted metal and corrupted energy. The Fireblight that had taken control of Vah Rudania attacked not just his body but his very essence, seeking to break the spirit of protection that made him who he was. Yet even in defeat, even as his life force ebbed away and the darkness closed in around him, Daruk's final act was one of protection and gift-giving. The barrier ability that he passed on to Link through sheer force of will represented not just a combat technique, but a piece of his own soul, a fragment of the love and dedication that had defined his existence. In that moment of ultimate sacrifice, he ensured that his greatest strength would survive to protect others long after his own body had fallen still. The century that followed Daruk's death was a time of gradual adaptation for Goron City, as the community learned to function without the larger-than-life presence that had anchored their sense of identity and purpose. The mountain itself seemed to mourn the loss of its greatest champion, with volcanic activity becoming more unpredictable, and the lava flows that had once run in steady, manageable patterns now surging and receding according to no discernible rhythm. Yet the foundations of Goron society proved strong enough to weather even this loss, for Daruk had been not just a great individual, but the product of a culture that created such individuals through its fundamental values and practices. The forges continued to burn, the mines continued to produce precious gems and metals, and the workshops continued to turn out the tools and weapons that all of Hyrule depended upon for survival and prosperity. The young Goron, named Yunobo, Daruk's grandson, grew up in the shadow of this legendary legacy, carrying within himself both the genetic inheritance of exceptional strength and the cultural inheritance of responsibility and service that defined his people. Yet his early years were marked not by confidence and boldness, but by timidity and self-doubt, as if the weight of expectation had pressed down upon him with force comparable to the mountain itself. Where Daruk had approached challenges with laughing enthusiasm and unshakable confidence, Yunobo tended to hang back, to question his own abilities, to seek safer paths, rather than confronting difficulties head-on. This contrast was particularly painful for those who had known his grandfather, for it seemed to suggest that something essential had been lost with Daruk's death, that the spirit of Goron heroism might have died along with its greatest exemplar. Yet beneath Yunobo's uncertain exterior lay the same fundamental qualities that had made his grandfather legendary: compassion for others, willingness to sacrifice for the greater good, and strength that went far beyond mere physical capability. These qualities remained dormant, waiting for the right circumstances to call them forth, but they were present nonetheless, ready to emerge when the need was great enough and the call to service clear enough. The return of Link to the world of the living and his eventual journey to Death Mountain created exactly the kind of catalyst that Yunobo's character required for its full development. Faced with a legendary hero who needed his help, presented with a mission that could restore his grandfather's honor and free Vah Rudania from its corruption, the young Goron discovered within himself reserves of courage and determination that he had never suspected existed. The mission to board the corrupted divine beast and confront the fire blight that had claimed Daruk's life was more than just a tactical operation. It was a spiritual journey that allowed Yunobo to connect with his heritage and understand what it truly meant to be a Goron. Working alongside Link, using his grandfather's protective abilities to shield them both from the divine beast's attacks, he experienced for the first time the exhilaration and purpose that came from using strength in service of others. When Vah Rudania was finally purified, and Daruk's spirit was freed to move on to whatever realm awaited fallen heroes, the victory represented not just the liberation of a corrupted war machine, but the spiritual restoration of an entire people. The divine beasts returned to its proper perch on the mountain's summit, where it could once again serve as guardian rather than threat, symbolized the renewal of the ancient compact between the Gorons and their volcanic home. Yet the story of Death Mountain and its people extends far beyond the dramatic events surrounding the divine beasts and the corruption that followed the Great Calamity. In the years that came after Link's victory over Calamity Ganon, when the kingdom began the slow work of rebuilding and renewal, the Gorons found themselves facing new challenges that required different kinds of strength and wisdom. The mountain's volcanic activity, which had been disrupted by decades of unnatural influence from the corrupted divine beast, gradually returned to more normal patterns, but these patterns were not exactly the same as what had existed before. The lava flows that had once provided reliable sources of heat and raw materials now followed new courses, requiring the Gorons to adapt their mining and manufacturing operations to accommodate changed conditions. This adaptation was complicated by the arrival of new threats and opportunities that came with the upheaval that followed Ganondorf's awakening in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle. The mysterious gloom that began seeping onto the surface brought with it changes in temperature and atmospheric conditions that affected even the heat-adapted Gorons, while the appearance of sky islands and new ruins created both hazards and resources. that required careful evaluation and response. Yunobo, now grown into a leader worthy of his grandfather's memory, found himself facing challenges that Daruk had never had to confront. The expansion of Goron mining operations beyond their traditional boundaries brought them into contact with other peoples and cultures in ways that required diplomatic skills as well as physical prowess, while the mysterious marbled rock roast that began appearing in their food supply created health problems that threatened the very foundations of Goron society. The revelation that this new delicacy was actually tainted with gloom, corrupting the Gorons who consumed it and making them ill in ways that their natural resistance to heat and toxins could not protect against, represented exactly the kind of subtle threat that physical strength alone could not overcome. It required investigation, analysis, and the kind of collaborative problem-solving that drew upon all the wisdom accumulated by Goron society across generations of dealing with the mountain's various moods and dangers. The mask that Yunobo wore during this crisis, a gift from the phantom Zelda that was actually one of Ganondorf's deceptions, represented the same kind of corruption, on a personal level, that the tainted rock roast represented for Goron society as a whole. Just as the poisoned food made the Gorons sick by appearing to be something beneficial, the mask influenced Yunobo's behavior by enhancing his natural abilities while subtly altering his personality in ways that served the enemy's purposes rather than his own people's needs. The process of removing both the personal corruption represented by the mask and the societal corruption represented by the tainted food required the same kind of collaborative effort that had always been the Goron people's greatest strength. It took the combined efforts of Link's heroic capabilities, Yunobo's growing wisdom and leadership skills, and the accumulated knowledge and experience of the entire Goron community to identify the sources of corruption and develop effective responses to them. The changes that came to Death Mountain during this period were not limited to the challenges posed by gloom and corruption. The overall temperature of the mountain decreased significantly, creating new areas that could be explored and exploited, while also disrupting traditional patterns of life and work that had remained stable for generations. Lava pools that had burned steadily for centuries cooled to merely warm springs, while passages that had once been accessible only to the most heat-resistant Gorons now opened to visitors from other races. These environmental changes created opportunities for increased trade and cultural exchange, as merchants and travelers who had once found the mountain too hostile could now venture higher up its slopes and stay longer in Goron territory. Yet they also required significant adjustments in everything from architectural planning to resource management, as systems designed for extreme heat had to be modified to function in merely warm conditions. The lights that were added to the great stone carvings of Goron heroes during this period represented more than mere decoration. They symbolized the way that old traditions and values could be enhanced and made more visible through new technologies and approaches. The faces of Darmani, Gorgoron, and especially Daruk now glowed with inner light that made their presence felt even more strongly, turning the memorial plaza into a beacon that could be seen from great distances and serving as a constant reminder of the standards of courage and service that every generation of Gorons was called to uphold. The integration of new technologies and approaches with traditional Goron values created a synthesis that was both respectful of the past and adaptable to future challenges. The workshops that had once produced only the tools and weapons needed by their own people now created items specifically designed for trade with other races, while the forges that had once burned with lava drawn directly from the mountain's heart now incorporated new heating methods that were more efficient and easier to control. Yet throughout all these changes and adaptations, the fundamental character of Goron society remained unchanged. The newcomers who visited Death Mountain still encountered the same generous hospitality that had always characterized the mountain people, while the young Gorons growing up during this period of transition learned the same lessons about strength and gentleness, endurance and compassion that had shaped their ancestors for countless generations. The workshops and forges that filled Goron City with the constant sound of productive labor continued to operate according to principles that valued both excellence in craftsmanship and cooperation in effort. The idea that individual achievement was meaningful only when it served the broader good remained as central to Goron thinking as it had ever been, while the understanding that true strength came from the ability to protect rather than destroy continued to guide their approach to everything from child rearing to international diplomacy. The role that Goron civilization played in supporting the broader kingdom of Hyrule grew even more important during the period of rebuilding that followed the defeat of Calamity Ganon and the subsequent challenges posed by Ganondorf's awakening. The metals and gems that flowed from Death Mountain's mines provided the raw materials for reconstruction projects across the kingdom, while the tools and weapons produced in Goron workshops enabled communities throughout Hyrule to defend themselves and pursue their own development goals. Yet this economic contribution, significant as it was, represented only the most visible aspect of what the Gorons offered to the broader community of Hyrule's peoples. Their example of how strength and gentleness could be combined, how individual excellence could serve collective good, how ancient traditions could adapt to new circumstances without losing their essential character, provided inspiration and guidance to other communities facing their own challenges of survival and growth. The site of Varudania, now purified and restored to its proper guardian role, resting peacefully on the mountain's summit like some great mechanical dragon keeping eternal watch over the land, served as a constant reminder that even the most terrible corruption could be overcome through courage, wisdom, and the kind of cooperation that turned individual abilities into collective strength. As evening fell over Death Mountain and the forges of Goron City glowed like earthbound stars against the darkening sky, the mountain people settled into the rhythms of rest and renewal that prepared them for another day of productive labor and mutual service. The laughter that echoed through their halls, while perhaps not quite as booming as Daruk's legendary merriment, carried the same spirit of joy and fellowship that had always been their greatest treasure. In the quiet moments between the day's work and the night's rest, in the gentle conversations that flowed between brothers who had shared both labor and leisure, in the songs that rose spontaneously from gathering halls where community took precedence over individual achievement, the true strength of Goron civilization revealed itself, not as something that could be measured in tons lifted or temperatures endured, but as something far more precious and enduring, the capacity to create homes where everyone belonged, families that included all who chose to join them, and traditions that honored the past, while embracing the future with open arms and generous hearts. Across the endless sea of golden sand that stretches toward horizons where earth and sky blend into shimmering mirages, where the sun beats down with merciless intensity and the wind carries whispers of ancient secrets buried beneath dunes that shift like living things, there stands a fortress so magnificent and impregnable that travelers speak of it in hushed tones of wonder and awe. This is Gerudo Town, crown jewel of the vast desert that bears the same name, home to a people whose strength has been forged in the crucible of one of the world's most unforgiving environments, and whose culture represents one of the most remarkable adaptations to harsh circumstances that any civilization has ever achieved. The Gerudo people embody a paradox that speaks to the deepest truths about human nature and the infinite capacity for beauty to emerge from the most challenging conditions. Here are women who have transformed isolation into independence, scarcity into strength, and the harsh demands of desert survival into a sophisticated society that values both martial prowess and aesthetic refinement with equal passion. Their tall, powerful frames speak of generations adapted to the demands of desert warfare and the physical challenges of wresting sustenance from an environment that offers no mercy to the weak or unprepared. Yet their grace and elegance rival that of any royal court in the known world. To understand the Gerudo is to understand how adversity, rather than diminishing the human spirit, can refine it into something approaching perfection. The desert that might seem like a prison to outsiders has become for them a teacher whose lessons, while harsh, have produced a people of remarkable resilience, wisdom, and inner strength. Every aspect of their culture, from their architecture to their social customs, from their military traditions to their approach to education, reflects the profound understanding that true strength comes not from avoiding challenges, but from meeting them with courage, intelligence, and an unshakable commitment to the welfare of the community. Gerudo Town itself stands as perhaps the greatest testament to this philosophy, a city that seems to grow organically from the desert sands, while simultaneously defying every limitation that such an environment might be expected to impose. The walls that surround the settlement rise like golden cliffs from the dunes, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns that serve both decorative and practical purposes, creating shadows that provide relief from the blazing sun, while channels and gutters direct the precious water that falls during the brief but intense desert storms. The architecture within these protective walls speaks to an aesthetic sensibility that finds beauty in functionality and elegance in simplicity. The buildings that line the town's streets are constructed from materials that seem to glow with inner light, their surfaces reflecting and refracting the desert sun in ways that create an ever-changing display of color and shadow throughout the day. Flat rooftops serve as gathering spaces and gardens, where carefully tended plants create oases of green that provide both practical benefits and spiritual nourishment to a people who understand the precious value of every living thing. The central marketplace that forms the heart of Gerudo Town represents one of the most vibrant and sophisticated trading centers in all of Hyrule, where goods from across the known world flow like currents in a vast commercial river. Here can be found the finest examples of Gerudo craftsmanship weapons, whose balance and sharpness have become legendary throughout the kingdom. Textiles whose beauty and durability reflect generations of accumulated knowledge about desert conditions. Jewelry whose intricate designs capture and reflect light in ways that seem almost magical to foreign eyes. Yet, it is not merely the quality of the goods available in the marketplace that makes it remarkable, but the culture of exchange and interaction that has grown up around the commercial activities. The Gerudo approach to trade reflects the same values that guide their approach to everything else: fairness, respect for expertise, and an understanding that true prosperity comes from relationships rather than mere transactions. Foreign merchants who venture into the desert to reach this legendary market often speak not just of the profits they make, but of the education they receive in how commerce can be conducted with honor and dignity. The throne room where the chief of the Gerudo holds court represents the perfect synthesis of practicality and majesty that characterizes the best of their culture. Here, in a chamber whose proportions speak to both the authority of leadership and the accessibility that makes such leadership legitimate, the ruler of this remarkable people conducts the business of governance with a style that combines the direct efficiency valued by a warrior culture with the sophisticated diplomatic skills required to maintain relationships with the diverse peoples of Hyrule. It is in this throne room that visitors first encounter one of the most distinctive aspects of Gerudo society: the fact that this is a civilization composed entirely of women, with the single exception of one male born every century who traditionally becomes either their greatest leader or their greatest enemy. This unique demographic reality has shaped every aspect of Gerudo culture in ways that outsiders often struggle to understand, creating a society that approaches questions of leadership, defense, family structure, and cultural continuity from perspectives that have no parallel in the male-dominated or mixed-gender societies that characterize most of the rest of Hyrule. The educational system that prepares young Gerudo women for their roles in this complex society represents one of their most remarkable innovations, a comprehensive approach to learning that combines practical skills with cultural knowledge and personal development in ways that ensure each generation is fully equipped to meet the challenges they will face. From their earliest years, Gerudo children learn not just the arts of combat and survival that their environment demands, but also the social and diplomatic skills that will allow them to function effectively in the wider world beyond their desert home. Perhaps most remarkably, this education includes extensive instruction in what outsiders often find to be a surprisingly romantic aspect of Gerudo culture: their approach to finding love and establishing families outside their own society. Young women attend classes specifically designed to teach them about the customs and expectations of the various other races they might encounter during their travels, learning how to navigate cultural differences and build meaningful relationships across the boundaries that might otherwise divide different peoples. This aspect of Gerudo education speaks to a profound wisdom about the nature of cultural survival and adaptation. Rather than viewing their unique demographic situation as a limitation or tragedy, the Gerudo have transformed it into an opportunity to create connections with other societies that strengthen both themselves and the broader community of Hyrule's diverse peoples. The young women who venture forth from Gerudo Town in search of partners become ambassadors of their culture, carrying with them the strength, wisdom, and values that make their society remarkable while bringing back new perspectives and experiences that enrich the community they return to visit. The training that prepares these young women for their journeys into the wider world reflects the same comprehensive approach that characterizes all Gerudo education. They learn multiple languages, study the customs and social structures of different races, practice the arts of diplomacy and negotiation, and develop the kind of cultural sensitivity that allows them to function effectively in societies very different from their own. This preparation ensures that when they do venture beyond the desert, they carry themselves with the confidence and competence that has made the Gerudo reputation for excellence known throughout the kingdom. Yet, for all their preparation for engagement with the outside world, the Gerudo never lose sight of the values and traditions that define their own unique identity. The warrior training that every young woman receives instills not just combat skills, but the philosophy that underlies those skills, the understanding that true strength protects rather than dominates, that courage serves justice rather than personal ambition, and that the greatest victories are those that create peace rather than merely ending conflicts. It was from this remarkable culture, with its unique combination of martial excellence and sophisticated diplomacy, its commitment to both individual development and community welfare, that there emerged one of the greatest champions in Hyrule's history, Urbosa, whose very name became synonymous with strength, wisdom, and the kind of leadership that inspires others to achieve greatness beyond what they might have thought possible, represented everything that was finest about Gerudo civilization, while also embodying qualities that transcended any single culture or tradition. Urbosa's path to becoming champion began with the same education and training that shaped all Gerudo women, but her exceptional abilities quickly marked her as someone destined for leadership on a scale that extended far beyond her own people. Her mastery of traditional weapons was matched by her instinctive understanding of strategy and tactics, while her natural charisma and deep sense of justice made her a leader whom others followed, not out of obligation, but out of genuine respect and affection. The lightning magic that became Urbosa's signature ability represented more than simply another weapon in the Gerudo arsenal. It embodied the very essence of desert power, the ability to call down from the heavens themselves the fury that the storm clouds carried across the endless sky. This was not magic in any conventional sense, but something deeper and more primal. The manifestation of a will so strong and a connection to the natural world so complete that the very elements responded to her commands. Yet it was not her magical abilities or her skill with conventional weapons that truly made Urbosa legendary among her people and respected throughout Hyrule. It was her character, the combination of strength and compassion, wisdom and humility, fierce protectiveness and gentle nurturing that made her not just a great warrior but a great woman. Her leadership of the Gerudo people reflected these qualities in every decision she made, every policy she implemented, every relationship she built with other leaders and other cultures. The friendship that developed between Urbosa and the Queen of Hyrule represented one of the most remarkable diplomatic achievements of their age. A relationship that transcended not just political considerations but the cultural differences that might have made understanding difficult between two women from such different backgrounds. Their bond was forged not through formal negotiation or strategic calculation, but through genuine personal affection and mutual respect, the kind of deep connection that can exist between kindred spirits regardless of the circumstances that brought them together. This friendship served as the foundation for a broader relationship between the Gerudo and the royal family that would have profound implications for both societies. Through Urbosa's influence, the Gerudo became not just allies of the crown but active participants in the broader culture of Hyrule, their unique strengths and perspectives contributing to decisions that affected the entire kingdom, while their isolation was broken down through genuine partnerships rather than mere political accommodation. When the queen died, leaving behind a husband consumed by grief and a daughter who suddenly faced the overwhelming burden of her royal destiny without the maternal guidance she desperately needed, Urbosa's response revealed the depths of her character and the strength of her commitment to those she loved. Rather than retreating into her own grief or limiting her concern to the political implications of the loss, she stepped forward to provide the kind of support and guidance that could never be replaced, but could at least help ease the terrible burden of loss and uncertainty. Her relationship with Princess Zelda became one of the most beautiful aspects of Urbosa's story, a surrogate mother-daughter bond that provided the young princess with the kind of strong female role model she needed during the most difficult period of her life. Urbosa's affectionate nickname for Zelda, Little Bird, captured perfectly the protective tenderness she felt for the girl who carried such enormous responsibilities on such young shoulders, while her patient guidance and unwavering support provided the emotional anchor that helped Zelda navigate the treacherous waters of royal duty and personal development. This protective instinct, which had always been one of Urbosa's defining characteristics, was magnified enormously when applied to Zelda, because the Gerudo chief understood better than most the unique challenges that faced a young woman trying to master powers that remained frustratingly beyond her reach, while simultaneously preparing for responsibilities that would affect the fate of the entire kingdom. Her own experience of growing into leadership roles within Gerudo society, combined with her natural empathy and wisdom, made her uniquely qualified to provide the kind of guidance and support that Zelda needed. When Princess Zelda was chosen to be one of the champions and to pilot the great divine beast Varnaboris, the mechanical camel, whose form honored the ancient Gerudo hero Nabooru, and whose lightning-based weapon systems seemed designed specifically for someone of Urbosa's unique abilities, the selection felt like the natural culmination of everything she had worked toward throughout her life. Here was an opportunity to use her skills and knowledge not just for the benefit of her own people, but for the protection of the entire kingdom, to stand alongside other champions in a cause that represented the very best of what cooperation between Hyrule's diverse peoples could achieve. Varnaboris itself, with its ability to traverse the desert sands with the grace and endurance of the animal whose form it took, seemed to respond to Urbosa's control with an almost living intelligence. The great machine's lightning weapons, powered by generators that drew their energy from the same elemental forces that fueled Urbosa's own magical abilities, created electrical storms that could be seen from incredible distances and struck targets with the precision and devastating power of natural lightning, channeled through technology that bordered on the divine. The harmony between champion and divine beast represented more than simply efficient military cooperation. It embodied the perfect fusion of Gerudo wisdom with ancient Sheikah technology, desert strength with mechanical precision, individual excellence with collective purpose. When Urbosa took control of Varnaboris and guided it through its paces, observers described the sight as watching a storm given form and direction, elemental fury transformed into protective power, through the will of someone who understood perfectly how strength should be used. The preparations for the coming battle against Calamity Ganon allowed all the champions to develop their skills and deepen their bonds with their divine beasts. But for Urbosa, this period represented something more personal and profound. She understood, with the wisdom that comes from long experience of leadership and loss, that the coming conflict might well cost all of them their lives. Yet she also understood that some battles must be fought regardless of the personal cost, because the alternative, allowing evil to triumph through inaction, was unthinkable. Her letters and conversations during this period revealed the depth of her concern not just for the success of their mission, but for the welfare of her fellow champions, particularly Princess Zelda, whose struggles to awaken her sacred powers became increasingly desperate as the prophesied time of Calamity's return drew closer. Urbosa's attempts to provide guidance and encouragement during this period reflected her understanding that victory in the coming battle would depend not just on martial skill or technological superiority, but on the spiritual strength that comes from knowing that one fights for something greater than mere survival. When the great calamity finally began, and the ancient evil that had slumbered for 10,000 years emerged with fury that had been building across millennia, Urbosa faced the crisis with the same combination of courage and strategic thinking that had characterized her entire approach to leadership. She understood immediately that the corruption of the Sheikah technology represented not just a tactical setback, but a fundamental violation of the trust and cooperation that had made the champion's mission possible. Yet she also understood that despair and recrimination would serve no useful purpose in the face of immediate danger. The battle that followed tested every aspect of Urbosa's abilities and character, pitting her lightning magic and combat skills against an enemy that seemed specifically designed to counter and overcome everything that made her formidable. Thunderblight Ganon, the manifestation of malice that had corrupted Varnaboris and transformed the great machine from protector into destroyer, possessed not just incredible speed and agility, but a mastery of electrical attacks that seemed to mock Urbosa's own abilities by using similar power for purely destructive purposes. The creature that faced Urbosa in the corrupted cockpit of her beloved divine beast represented everything she had spent her life fighting against: power without wisdom, strength without compassion, force wielded for its own sake rather than in service of any greater good. The battle that ensued was not merely a physical contest, but a spiritual struggle between two fundamentally different approaches to existence: protection against destruction, love against hatred, hope against despair. Yet even in defeat, even as the Thunderblight's superior speed and cunning overcame her defenses and her life force ebbed away within the mechanical tomb that had once been her greatest weapon. Urbosa's final thoughts were not of bitterness or regret, but of the people she had tried to protect and the hope that somehow, some way, her sacrifice might contribute to their eventual salvation. The lightning ability that she passed on to Link through sheer force of will represented not just a combat technique but a piece of her own spirit, a fragment of the protective fury that had defined her existence. The century that followed Urbosa's death was a time of gradual adaptation for Gerudo Town and the broader community of the Gerudo people, as they learned to function without the larger-than-life presence that had served as both their greatest champion and their spiritual anchor. The desert that surrounded their fortress city seemed to mourn the loss of its greatest daughter, with sandstorms becoming more frequent and severe, while the electrical phenomena that had once danced across the sky at Urbosa's command now appeared only rarely, like distant memories of power that had passed beyond recall. Yet the foundations of Gerudo society proved strong enough to weather even this loss. For Urbosa had been not just a great individual, but the product of a culture that created such individuals through its fundamental values and practices. The warrior training continued to produce women of remarkable skill and courage. The educational system continued to prepare each new generation for the challenges they would face, and the traditions of leadership and service continued to inspire young Gerudo to strive for excellence that served the greater good. The young woman named Riju, who inherited the burden of leadership at an age when most children are still learning the most basic lessons about life and responsibility, found herself facing challenges that would have tested someone with decades more experience and wisdom. The theft of the Thunder Helm, that ancient artifact which had been both symbol and practical tool of Gerudo leadership, represented not just a material loss, but a crisis of confidence that threatened to undermine the very foundations of her authority. The Yiga clan's role in this theft added layers of complexity and personal danger that transformed what might have been a simple recovery mission into something approaching a war between opposing philosophies. The shadow folk who had turned away from their ancient loyalty to the goddess and the crown now served the very evil that Urbosa had died fighting, their corruption of Sheikah wisdom and technology, making them particularly dangerous opponents for a young leader still learning to wield the powers and responsibilities that had been thrust upon her. Yet it was precisely this crisis, terrible as it was, that provided Riju with the catalyst she needed to discover within herself the same qualities that had made her predecessor legendary. Faced with threats that could not be overcome through conventional means, challenged by enemies who seemed to anticipate and counter her every move, she was forced to develop not just new strategies but new aspects of her own character, drawing upon reserves of courage and wisdom that she had never suspected existed within her young heart. The appearance of Link, the legendary hero whose return had been prophesied and hoped for but never quite believed, provided Riju with both the opportunity and the inspiration she needed to transform herself from uncertain youth into confident leader. Working alongside someone whose reputation for courage and skill was matched by his demonstrated commitment to protecting others, she experienced for the first time the exhilaration and purpose that came from using power in service of something greater than mere survival or personal advantage. The mission to recover the Thunder Helm and confront the Yiga clan in their hidden stronghold became more than just a tactical operation. It was a spiritual journey that allowed Riju to connect with her heritage and understand what it truly meant to lead the Gerudo people. Fighting alongside Link, using her growing skills and knowledge to overcome obstacles that had seemed insurmountable, she discovered within herself the same protective instincts and warrior spirit that had made Urbosa legendary. When Varnaboris was finally purified and Urbosa's spirit was freed to move on to whatever realm awaited fallen heroes. The victory represented not just the liberation of a corrupted war machine, but the spiritual restoration of an entire people. The divine beasts returned to its proper role as guardian rather than threat, its lightning weapons once again serving to protect rather than destroy, symbolized the renewal of the ancient compact between the Gerudo and their desert home. Yet the story of the Gerudo and their remarkable civilization extends far beyond the dramatic events surrounding the divine beasts and the corruption that followed the Great Calamity. In the years that came after Link's victory over Calamity Ganon, when the kingdom began the slow work of rebuilding and renewal, the Gerudo found themselves facing new challenges that required different kinds of strength and wisdom than what their traditional warrior training had prepared them for. The mysterious phenomena that followed Ganondorf's awakening in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle brought changes to the desert environment that tested every aspect of Gerudo adaptability and resilience. The appearance of strange creatures, the emergence of new ruins from beneath the shifting sands, and the presence of energies and forces that seemed to operate according to rules different from anything they had previously encountered, required responses that drew upon all their accumulated knowledge, while also demanding innovation and creative thinking. The underground shelter that was revealed during this crisis, hidden beneath Gerudo Town itself, and accessible only through waterways that few had ever explored, represented a remarkable example of Gerudo foresight and engineering skill. This carefully constructed refuge, equipped with supplies and defensive positions that could sustain the entire population during extended periods of danger, spoke to the same kind of practical wisdom and long-term thinking that had always characterized the best of their culture. The mural discovered within this shelter, depicting geometric patterns and symbols that served as both artistic expression and practical puzzle, opened new chapters in Gerudo history by revealing the existence of the Lost Lightning Temple, a massive pyramid structure that had been buried beneath the desert sands for so long that even the most ancient traditions retained only fragmentary memories of its existence. This temple, when finally uncovered and explored, proved to be one of the most remarkable architectural achievements in all of Hyrule, a structure that combined Gerudo aesthetic sensibilities with engineering techniques that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of stone and metal construction. The chambers within the pyramid contained not just the usual mixture of traps and treasures that characterized ancient ruins, but evidence of sophisticated understanding of electrical phenomena and lightning magic that provided new insights into the origins and development of the abilities that had made Urbosa and other Gerudo leaders so formidable. The process of uncovering and exploring the Lightning Temple became, for Riju and her people, both a practical necessity and a spiritual journey that connected them more deeply to their own history and identity. Working alongside Link and other allies to solve the puzzles and overcome the challenges that the ancient builders had incorporated into the structure, they gained not just access to new resources and knowledge, but a renewed understanding of what it meant to be Gerudo in an age when the old certainties were giving way to new possibilities and challenges. The revelation that the temple had been created specifically to harness and focus the same elemental forces that powered their traditional magic provided a new context for understanding their unique abilities and cultural practices. Here was proof that their mastery of lightning was not simply a matter of individual talent or training, but part of a larger understanding of natural forces that connected them to the very foundations of their desert home. Yet even more important than the practical benefits derived from the temple's rediscovery was the spiritual renewal that came from reconnecting with achievements of their ancestors. The young Gerudo who participated in the exploration and restoration of the Lightning Temple gained not just new knowledge but new confidence in their own abilities and potential, understanding for the first time that they were inheritors of a tradition that extended far beyond what they had previously imagined. The changes that came to Gerudo Town during this period of discovery and renewal were not limited to the dramatic uncovering of ancient ruins and hidden shelters. The increased contact with other peoples and cultures that came with the kingdom's gradual recovery from the devastation of the Great Calamity created new opportunities for trade, cultural exchange, and the kind of diplomatic relationships that had always been one of the Gerudo's greatest strengths. The young women who ventured forth from the desert fortress during this period found a world that was different from what their predecessors had encountered, a kingdom that was rebuilding itself according to new principles and possibilities, while still trying to maintain the best traditions and values from its past. Their role as ambassadors and bridge builders became more important than ever, as communities throughout Hyrule struggled to create new forms of cooperation and mutual support. The success of these diplomatic and cultural initiatives reflected the wisdom of the educational system that had prepared them for such challenges. The language skills, cultural knowledge, and social sensitivity that they had learned in the classes held within Gerudo Town served them well as they navigated the complex relationships and expectations they encountered in their travels, while the warrior training that had instilled in them confidence and courage proved equally valuable in situations that required different kinds of strength than what physical combat demanded. The marriages and partnerships that resulted from these encounters continued the ancient pattern by which Gerudo society renewed and sustained itself, but they also created new forms of connection and understanding between the desert people and the broader community of Hyrule's diverse populations. The children born from these relationships, raised with knowledge of both their Gerudo heritage and their father's cultures, became living bridges between different ways of life and different approaches to the challenges of existence. The pride that Gerudo Town took in these successes was tempered by the wisdom that came from understanding that each generation must find its own way of honoring the past while adapting to the present. The traditions that had served them well for centuries needed to be preserved, but they also needed to be flexible enough to accommodate the new realities and possibilities that were emerging as the kingdom recovered from its long ordeal and began to imagine new forms of prosperity and cooperation. The workshops and training facilities that had always been central to Gerudo society continued to operate according to principles that valued both individual excellence and collective welfare, but they also incorporated new techniques and approaches that reflected the lessons learned from recent challenges and opportunities. The weapons produced in these workshops continued to maintain the legendary standards of balance and sharpness that had made Gerudo craftsmanship renowned throughout Hyrule, but they also incorporated innovations that made them more effective against the new kinds of threats that were emerging. The role that Gerudo civilization played in the broader recovery of Hyrule's communities grew even more important during the period of rebuilding that followed the defeat of both Calamity Ganon and the subsequent challenges posed by Ganondorf's awakening. Their expertise in desert warfare and survival proved invaluable in exploring and securing regions that had been abandoned during the Dark Century, while their diplomatic skills and cultural sensitivity made them natural mediators in disputes between different communities and races. Yet this practical contribution, significant as it was, represented only the most visible aspect of what the Gerudo offered to the broader community of Hyrule's peoples. Their example of how strength and beauty could be combined, how individual achievement could serve collective good, how ancient traditions could adapt to new circumstances without losing their essential character, provided inspiration and guidance to other communities facing their own challenges of survival and growth. As evening fell over the endless desert, and the lights of Gerudo Town twinkled like jewels set in a crown of golden sand, the fortress city settled into the rhythms of rest and renewal that prepared its inhabitants for another day of the productive labor and mutual service that had always defined their civilization. The wind that whispered across the dunes carried with it the same promises and possibilities that had always made the desert a teacher for those wise enough to learn from its harsh but valuable lessons. In the quiet moments between the day's work and the night's rest, in the gentle conversations that flowed between sisters who had shared both struggle and triumph, in the songs that rose spontaneously from gathering halls where community took precedence over individual achievement, the true strength of Gerudo civilization revealed itself not as something that could be measured in battles won or enemies defeated, but as something far more precious and enduring: the capacity to create homes where everyone belonged, traditions that honored the past while embracing the future, and values that made life worth protecting for oneself and for generations yet to come. In the crystalline waters of eastern Hyrule, where mountain streams converge into rivers that flow with such purity they seem to capture and hold the very light of heaven itself, where waterfalls cascade down ancient cliffs in veils of silver mist that dance and shimmer in the eternal embrace of sunlight and stone, there exists a kingdom so beautiful and harmonious that visitors often wonder whether they have somehow crossed the boundary between the mortal world and the realm of dreams. This is Zora's domain, that aquatic paradise where water in all its forms serves not merely as environment but as the foundation of an entire civilization, where architecture and nature blend so seamlessly that it becomes impossible to determine where divine inspiration ends and artistic achievement begins. The domain itself rises from the surrounding waters like a vision of what perfect harmony between intelligence and nature might look like when guided by wisdom accumulated across lifespans that stretch for centuries. The luminous blue stone from which every structure is constructed seems to possess an inner light that pulses gently with the rhythm of flowing water, creating buildings that appear to be carved from crystallized essence of the purest mountain streams. This remarkable material, found nowhere else in all of Hyrule, responds to the presence of water in ways that transform simple architecture into something approaching living art, with surfaces that shift and flow in sympathetic harmony with the currents that surround and permeate every aspect of Zora society. The great fish sculpture that crowns the domain's central palace serves as more than mere decoration or symbol of royal authority. It embodies the fundamental Zora understanding that true power flows like water itself, following natural channels and patterns rather than forcing its way through artificial barriers. The massive carving seems to swim through the air above the throne room, its graceful curves and elegant proportions creating the impression of movement even in perfect stillness, while the play of light and water across its surface transforms it into something that changes with every shift in weather and time of day. To understand the Zora is to understand how a people can live in perfect harmony with forces that might seem alien or hostile to land-dwelling races, transforming the challenge of aquatic existence into an opportunity for developing forms of grace and wisdom that would be impossible in any other environment. Their tall, elegant forms reflect generations of adaptation not just to life in and around water, but to the kind of patient, flowing approach to existence that water itself embodies. Where other peoples might approach problems with the direct force of fire or the stubborn persistence of earth, the Zora have learned to find solutions that work with natural currents rather than against them. The domain's defensive advantages, provided by the ring of mountains that surrounds it like protective walls, speak to the same kind of wisdom that guides all other aspects of Zora civilization. Rather than building artificial fortifications that might mar the natural beauty of their environment, they have chosen to work with the geography that the goddess provided, creating a settlement that is simultaneously open and welcoming to those who approach with peaceful intentions, while remaining nearly impregnable to any force that might seek to do them harm. The single pathway that leads into the domain, following the course of the Zora River through carefully placed checkpoints and guard stations, ensures that visitors arrive not as invaders or intruders, but as guests whose presence has been anticipated and prepared for. The guards who watch over this approach embody the same combination of vigilance and hospitality that characterizes the best of Zora culture, ready to defend their home with deadly efficiency, if necessary, but equally prepared to welcome strangers with the gracious courtesy that has made their people legendary throughout Hyrule for their diplomatic skills and cultural sophistication. The Great Zora Bridge that spans Ruto Lake represents perhaps the finest achievement of their architectural tradition, a structure so perfectly proportioned and elegantly designed that it seems to float above the water like something conjured from dreams rather than built with physical materials. The bridge serves not merely as a practical means of crossing the water, but as a statement about the relationship between engineering and artistry, demonstrating how functional necessity can be transformed into aesthetic triumph when guided by the kind of patient craftsmanship that the Zora have elevated to the level of high art. Yet, it is not the physical beauty of their domain, remarkable as it is, that truly defines the Zora as a people, but rather the culture and values that have been shaped by their unique relationship with time itself. Their extraordinarily long lifespans, which can stretch across multiple centuries, have created a civilization that approaches problems and opportunities with a perspective unavailable to shorter-lived races, allowing them to see patterns and possibilities that might be invisible to those who must make decisions based on more immediate concerns. This temporal perspective has made the Zora natural historians and keepers of institutional memory, their libraries and archives containing records that span millennia, and their oral traditions preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost to the passage of time. When other races speak of ancient events as distant history, the Zora often speak from personal experience, having witnessed firsthand the rise and fall of kingdoms, the ebb and flow of cultural movements, the slow changes that transform landscapes and societies across generations. The throne room where King Dorephan holds court represents the perfect embodiment of this temporal wisdom, a space designed not for the quick decisions and immediate responses that characterize the governance of shorter-lived peoples, but for the kind of careful deliberation that comes from understanding how choices made today will continue to have consequences long after their immediate effects have faded. The king himself, massive and ancient beyond the comprehension of most other races, carries within his personal memory the accumulated experience of centuries of leadership and service to his people. It was from this remarkable culture, with its unique combination of temporal wisdom and aquatic grace, its commitment to both individual excellence and collective harmony, that there emerged one of the most beloved and tragic champions in all of Hyrule's history, Princess Mipha, whose very name became synonymous with healing, compassion, and the kind of love that transcends the boundaries between different peoples and different ways of life, represented everything that was finest about Zora civilization, while also embodying qualities that spoke to universal truths about courage, sacrifice, and the power of genuine affection. Mipha's path to becoming champion began with the same education and training that shaped all Zora royalty, but her exceptional abilities quickly marked her as someone destined for greatness on a scale that extended far beyond her own people. Her mastery of the traditional Zora weapon, the trident, was matched by an instinctive understanding of water itself as both ally and tool, while her natural grace and wisdom made her a leader whom others followed not out of duty but out of genuine love and respect. Yet it was not her martial prowess or her royal bloodline that truly made Mipha special, but rather the healing magic that flowed through her like water from the purest mountain spring. This ability, so rare that it was regarded as a blessing from the goddess herself, allowed her to mend not just physical wounds but spiritual injuries, to restore not just damaged tissue but damaged hope, to bring back not just health but the will to continue living and striving for better things. The development of this healing power required not just natural talent, but the kind of spiritual discipline and emotional maturity that comes from understanding that true strength lies in the ability to restore rather than destroy, to build up rather than tear down, to give life rather than take it away. Mipha's approach to her abilities reflected the deepest wisdom of her people, using power not to dominate or control but to serve and protect, not to advance her own interests, but to ensure the welfare of all who might benefit from her gifts. The light-scale trident that was crafted specifically for her birth represented more than simply a weapon or symbol of royal authority. It embodied the hopes and dreams that her people held for her future, and the recognition that she was destined for achievements that would honor both her family and her race. The weapon itself, forged from materials that could channel and focus her unique abilities, seemed to become an extension of her own body when she fought, its movements flowing with the same natural grace that characterized everything she did. Yet for all her abilities as a warrior and healer, for all her wisdom as a princess and potential ruler, it was Mipha's capacity for love that truly defined her character and shaped her destiny in ways that would have profound implications for the entire kingdom. Her affection for Link, which began as the simple friendship between children who played together in the domain's crystal pools, gradually deepened into something far more complex and powerful as they both grew into their respective roles and responsibilities. This love was not the simple attraction that might exist between any two young people, but something deeper and more meaningful, rooted in genuine understanding and mutual respect, nurtured by shared experiences and common values, strengthened by the recognition that they both carried burdens that few others could truly comprehend. Link's role as hero and champion meant that he understood the weight of responsibility that came with exceptional abilities, while Mipha's position as both healer and princess meant that she understood the loneliness that could come from being set apart by destiny and duty. The Zora armor that Mipha crafted with her own hands during the preparation period before the Great Calamity represented the ultimate expression of this deep affection, each piece shaped with meticulous care and imbued with protective magic that reflected not just her technical skill, but her emotional investment in Link's safety and well-being. According to the ancient traditions of her people, the creation and presentation of such armor constituted a formal proposal of marriage, a way of offering not just protection in battle, but a promise of shared life and mutual devotion. Yet the armor remained unfinished, the proposal unspoken. When the Great Calamity finally began, and all their careful preparations were put to the ultimate test, the corruption that seized Vah Ruta when Calamity Ganon emerged from its ancient prison represented a violation so profound and personal that it struck at the very heart of what Mipha stood for and believed in. The divine beast that had been her partner and tool became her prison and executioner, its systems turned against her by the same malice that sought to destroy everything she had spent her life protecting and healing. The battle that followed tested every aspect of Mipha's abilities and character, pitting her healing powers against an enemy specifically designed to corrupt and destroy, her grace and wisdom against malice that fed on hatred and despair, her love and hope against darkness, made manifest in twisted water and perverted technology. The water blight that had taken control of Vah Ruta attacked not just her body, but her very essence, seeking to break the spirit of healing that made her who she was. Yet even in defeat, even as her life force ebbed away and the corruption closed in around her, Mipha's final act was one of love and gift-giving. The healing ability that she passed on to Link through sheer force of will represented not just a magical technique but a piece of her own soul, a fragment of the restorative power that had defined her existence, and a promise that her love would continue to protect him long after her own voice had fallen silent. The century that followed Mipha's death was a time of gradual adaptation for Zora's domain, as the community learned to function without the gentle presence that had served as both their greatest healer and their spiritual anchor. The waters that surrounded their crystal city seemed to mourn the loss of their beloved princess, with currents becoming more turbulent and unpredictable, while the fish that had once swum in such abundance began to appear less frequently, as if the very ecosystem had been diminished by the loss of someone so intimately connected to the life-giving power of water itself. Yet the foundations of Zora society proved strong enough to weather even this loss, for Mipha had been not just a great individual, but the product of a culture that created such individuals through its fundamental values and practices. The healing traditions continued to be passed down from generation to generation. The diplomatic skills that had made the Zora invaluable mediators and advisors continued to serve the broader kingdom, and the patient wisdom that came from long lifespans continued to provide stability and perspective during times of uncertainty and change. King Dorephan, ancient beyond the comprehension of most other races, and bearing within his personal memory the accumulated sorrows and joys of centuries of rule, found himself facing the dual challenge of leading his people through their grief, while also maintaining their role as one of the pillars of Hyrulean civilization. His massive frame, which had once seemed to embody the unshakable strength of the mountains that surrounded their domain, now carried the weight of personal loss that no amount of physical power could lift or political wisdom could heal. Yet it was precisely this experience of loss and sorrow that allowed the king to provide the kind of leadership that his people needed during their darkest hour. His understanding of grief, gained through personal experience rather than abstract knowledge, enabled him to guide his subjects through their own mourning process, while helping them find ways to honor Mipha's memory through continued service to the ideals she had embodied. The young Prince Sidon, who had grown up in the shadow of his sister's extraordinary abilities and gentle wisdom, faced the particular challenge of developing his own identity and leadership style, while carrying the burden of comparison to someone who had achieved legendary status even before her tragic death. His early years as heir to the throne were marked by the same kind of enthusiastic energy and optimistic outlook that had characterized Mipha's approach to life, but channeled through a personality that was more outgoing and dynamic, more inclined toward direct action than patient contemplation. This difference in temperament and approach initially caused some concern among the more traditional members of Zora society, who had expected the next generation of royal leadership to follow more closely in Mipha's footsteps. Yet as Sidon matured and began to demonstrate his own unique strengths and abilities, it became clear that his more energetic and accessible style of leadership offered advantages that complemented rather than competed with his sister's legacy. The return of Link to the world of the living and his eventual journey to Zora's domain created exactly the kind of catalyst that both Sidon and the broader Zora community needed for their emotional and spiritual healing. The sight of the legendary hero, alive and determined to complete the mission that had cost Mipha her life, provided both validation of her sacrifice and hope that her death might ultimately contribute to the victory they had all worked toward. The mission to purify Varuta and confront the water blight that had claimed Mipha's life became more than just a tactical operation. It was a spiritual journey that allowed both Link and the Zora people to process their grief while working toward a resolution that would honor the princess's memory. Sidon's eager participation in the mission, his willingness to risk his own life to help Link reach and board the corrupted divine beast, demonstrated the same kind of courage and selflessness that had made his sister legendary. When Vah-Ruta was finally purified, and Mipha's spirit was freed to move on to whatever realm awaited fallen heroes, the victory represented not just the liberation of a corrupted war machine, but the spiritual restoration of an entire people. The divine beast's return to its proper role as protector of the domain, its ability to manipulate water restored to beneficial rather than threatening purposes, symbolized the renewal of the ancient harmony between the Zora and their aquatic environment. The encounter between Link and Mipha's spirit within the purified divine beast provided the emotional resolution that both the hero and the Zora people needed to begin the process of true healing. Her gentle words of forgiveness and understanding, her expression of joy at seeing Link alive and continuing their shared mission, her gift of the healing power that would protect him in battles yet to come, transformed what might have been a moment of overwhelming sorrow into something approaching celebration. Yet the story of Zora's domain and its remarkable people extends far beyond the dramatic events surrounding the divine beasts and the corruption that followed the Great Calamity. In the years that came after Link's victory over Calamity Ganon, when the kingdom began the slow work of rebuilding and renewal, the Zora found themselves facing new challenges that required different kinds of wisdom and adaptation than what their traditional approaches had prepared them for. The mysterious phenomena that followed Ganondorf's awakening in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle brought changes to the aquatic environment that tested every aspect of Zora knowledge and expertise. The appearance of strange substances in their waters, the emergence of new ruins from beneath lake beds that had remained undisturbed for centuries, and the presence of energies and forces that seemed to operate according to rules different from anything they had previously encountered, required responses that drew upon all their accumulated wisdom, while also demanding innovation and creative thinking. The thick sludge that began falling from sky islands high above the domain represented perhaps the most immediate and threatening of these new challenges, transforming their crystal-clear waters into something murky and unhealthy that posed dangers to every aspect of their aquatic lifestyle. This corruption was not the simple pollution that might result from natural disasters or careless behavior by surface dwellers, but something far more sinister and purposeful, designed to attack the very foundations of Zora civilization. The response to this crisis revealed both the strengths and the limitations of traditional Zora approaches to problem solving. Their patience and careful observation allowed them to understand the source and nature of the contamination more quickly than might have been possible for more impulsive races. While their deep knowledge of water systems and aquatic ecology provided the foundation for developing effective countermeasures, yet the scope and severity of the threat required resources and capabilities that went beyond what any single community could provide. The discovery of the ancient Zora waterworks, that remarkable feat of engineering that had been hidden beneath the waters of East Reservoir Lake for so long that even the longest lived among them retained only fragmentary memories of its construction, provided both practical solutions to their immediate problems and new insights into their own history and capabilities. This massive facility, with its intricate systems for controlling and purifying water on a scale that dwarfed anything previously imagined, spoke to achievements by their ancestors that had been forgotten or dismissed as legend. The exploration and reactivation of the waterworks became a project that engaged not just the technical expertise of Zora engineers and scholars, but the emotional and spiritual energies of the entire community. Here was proof that their ancestors had faced and overcome challenges even greater than what they currently confronted. Evidence that the wisdom and capabilities of their people extended far beyond what they had realized. Yet the true significance of the waterworks lay not just in its practical capabilities, but in what it revealed about the relationship between Zora civilization and the broader patterns of Hyrulean history. The facility's integration with the sky islands above, its role in channeling and directing forces that connected Earth and Heaven, its position as a crucial component in systems that spanned the entire kingdom, demonstrated that their ancestors had been not just skilled engineers, but visionary planners who understood their place in a larger cosmic order. The water temple that crowned the sky islands above the domain reached only through the activated mechanisms of the ancient waterworks, represented perhaps the most remarkable synthesis of traditional Zora wisdom with the mysterious technologies of the Zonai and other ancient peoples. This floating sanctuary, with its chambers that seemed to exist partially outside normal space and time, its puzzles that required understanding of principles that transcended normal physics, its ultimate revelation of truths that connected water to the fundamental forces that shaped reality itself, provided new contexts for understanding everything the Zora had always believed about their role in the cosmic order. The purification of this temple and the defeat of Muktarok, the creature whose corruption had been the source of the sludge that threatened their domain, represented more than just another victory in the ongoing struggle against the forces of darkness. It symbolized the successful integration of ancient wisdom with new understanding, traditional approaches with innovative solutions, the patient methods of the Zora with the more dynamic energies of their allies from other races and cultures. Prince Sidon's role in these events, his growth from enthusiastic young royal to seasoned leader, capable of handling challenges that would have tested rulers with decades more experience, demonstrated the successful continuation of the values and traditions that had made Mifa legendary, while also showing how those same principles could adapt to new circumstances and requirements. The introduction of Yona, Sidon's fiancée from another Zora domain, in lands unknown to most inhabitants of Hyrule, opened new chapters in the history of their people by revealing that their civilization extended far beyond the single domain that had seemed to represent the entirety of their race. This discovery of distant relatives, of other communities that had developed their own variations on fundamental Zora themes, while maintaining the essential characteristics that defined their people, provided both practical resources for addressing current challenges and tantalizing glimpses of possibilities for future growth and development. The diplomatic implications of these connections, the potential for trade and cultural exchange with previously unknown populations, the opportunities for learning new approaches to problems that had long seemed intractable, transformed what might have been a simple royal engagement into something approaching a renaissance of Zora civilization. The knowledge that their people had thrived in other environments and under different conditions provided new confidence in their ability to adapt to whatever changes the future might bring. The memorial statue that replaced Mifa's monument in the central plaza, depicting the friendship between Prince Sidon and Link that had made possible the domain's liberation from corruption, represented more than just a change in commemorative art. It symbolized the evolution from grief to hope, from mourning to celebration, from focus on loss to emphasis on the connections and achievements that made loss meaningful rather than merely tragic. Mifa's original statue moved to the sacred space atop Ploymus Mountain, where it could overlook the entire domain while surrounded by the peaceful beauty of carefully tended pools and gardens. continued to serve as a place of pilgrimage and remembrance. Yet its new location, away from the center of daily life but positioned where it could be seen from every corner of the domain, reflected a mature understanding of how memory should function in healthy communities, present and honored, but not dominating, inspiring but not paralyzing, connected to daily life but not controlling it. The king's private retreat, hidden behind one of the domain's many waterfalls in spaces that provided both security and tranquility, became during this period not just a refuge from the demands of leadership, but a symbol of the wisdom that comes from understanding when to engage with problems and when to step back for reflection and renewal. The discovery of these hidden chambers, equipped with everything necessary for extended contemplation and planning, revealed yet another aspect of traditional Zora approaches to governance and decision-making. The role that Zora civilization played in the broader recovery of Hyrule's communities grew even more important during the period of rebuilding that followed the defeat of both Calamity Ganon and the subsequent challenges posed by 3 Ganondorf's Awakening. Their expertise in water management and aquatic agriculture provided crucial resources for communities throughout the kingdom, while their diplomatic skills and cultural sensitivity made them natural mediators in disputes between different groups and regions. Yet, this practical contribution, significant as it was, represented only the most visible aspect of what the Zora offered to the broader community of Hyrule's peoples. Their example of how patience and wisdom could be combined with courage and determination, how individual excellence could serve collective good, how ancient knowledge could be integrated with new discoveries without losing essential truths, provided inspiration and guidance to other communities facing their own challenges of adaptation and growth. The workshops and healing centers that had always been central to Zora society continued to operate according to principles that valued both technical excellence and compassionate service. But they also incorporated new techniques and approaches that reflected the lessons learned from recent challenges and discoveries. The treatments developed in these facilities continued to maintain the legendary standards of effectiveness and gentleness that had made Zora healing arts renowned throughout Hyrule. But they also incorporated innovations that made them more accessible to members of other races and more effective against new kinds of ailments and injuries. As evening fell over the crystal waters of Zora's domain, and the luminous blue stone of their city began to glow with the soft light that marked the transition from day to night, the aquatic kingdom settled into the rhythms of rest and renewal that had sustained their civilization through centuries of both triumph and trial. The gentle sound of flowing water, which provided the constant background music of their daily lives, carried with it the same promises of continuity and change, stability and growth that had always made their domain a place where the deepest truths about life and love could be discovered and shared. In the quiet moments between the day's work and the night's rest, in the gentle conversations that flowed between family members and friends who had shared both sorrow and joy, in the ceremonies that honored both the memory of those who had passed and the potential of those who would come after, the true strength of Zora civilization revealed itself not as something that could be measured in years lived or wisdom accumulated, but as something far more precious and enduring the capacity to create communities where healing was always possible, where love transcended the boundaries between different peoples and different ways of life, and where the flowing waters of time carried not just the inevitable changes that marked the passage of years, but the eternal truths that made those changes meaningful and beautiful. High above the mist-shrouded peaks of the Hebra region, where the wind carries songs older than memory and the very air seems to shimmer with the dreams of flight itself, where ancient stone pillars rise from the depths of mountain lakes like fingers reaching toward the endless sky, There exists a village so perfectly harmonized with the realm of clouds and soaring currents that visitors often wonder whether they have somehow ascended beyond the mortal world into the dwelling place of the wind spirits themselves. This is Rito Village, that aerial sanctuary where a people born to touch the heavens have created a civilization that celebrates the freedom of flight while remaining grounded in the deepest truths about community, courage, and the responsibilities that come with the gift of wings. The village itself seems to defy the normal limitations of architecture and engineering, rising in graceful spirals around a massive stone pillar that emerges from the crystal-clear waters of Lake Totori, like some ancient monument to the marriage between earth and sky. The structures that wind their way around this natural tower follow patterns that echo the flight paths of the birds whose forms the Rito have inherited, creating a three-dimensional community where movement flows naturally from level to level, from outer walkways to inner chambers, from public gathering spaces to private refuges that offer both solitude and spectacular views of the surrounding wilderness. The birdcage platforms that serve as individual homes throughout the village represent perhaps the most distinctive and beautiful aspect of Rito architecture, their curved walls and open designs, reflecting both practical considerations about air circulation and wind resistance, and deeper philosophical truths about the relationship between shelter and freedom. These unique dwellings seem to float at the ends of graceful walkways that extend from the central pillar like branches from a great tree, their positioning carefully calculated to catch the prevailing winds while providing their inhabitants with the kind of aerial perspective that has always been the Rito's greatest advantage in understanding the world around them. Yet it is not the physical beauty of their village, remarkable as it is, that truly defines the Rito as a people, but rather the culture and values that have been shaped by their unique relationship with the element of air itself. Their mastery of flight has given them perspectives on distance and geography that are unavailable to ground-bound races, allowing them to see patterns in weather and landscape that might be invisible to those who must navigate the world on foot, while their natural affinity for soaring through three-dimensional space has created ways of thinking about problems and opportunities that reflect the freedom and fluidity of wind currents themselves. This aerial perspective has made the Rito natural scouts and messengers for the broader kingdom of Hyrule. Their ability to traverse vast distances quickly and observe developments from advantageous positions, making them invaluable for maintaining communication between scattered communities and providing early warning of threats or opportunities that might affect the welfare of all the realm's diverse peoples. Yet their service in these practical roles has never diminished their appreciation for flight as something that transcends mere utility, something that connects them to fundamental forces and freedoms that make existence itself more beautiful and meaningful. The music that flows through Rito Village like a constant gentle breeze carries within it echoes of older melodies and deeper traditions, connecting the current generation to ancestors who once called Dragon Roost Island their home, and who first learned to transform the songs of wind and wave into expressions of culture and community. The slowed rendition of ancient themes that can be heard in their daily music speaks to continuity across vast changes, to the way that essential truths about identity and belonging can survive even the most dramatic transformations in circumstances and environment. Chief Kennelly, whose owl-like appearance and massive frame set him apart from most other Rito, while perfectly suiting him for his role as wise leader and patient counselor, embodies the kind of thoughtful leadership that has allowed their community to thrive even during the most challenging periods of their history. His understanding of both traditional ways and new necessities, his ability to balance the competing demands of preserving cultural identity while adapting to changing circumstances, His natural wisdom about when to act decisively and when to allow situations to develop according to their own rhythms have made him not just an effective administrator, but a spiritual anchor for his people during times of uncertainty and change. It was from this remarkable culture, with its unique combination of aerial freedom and grounded wisdom, its commitment to both individual excellence and collective welfare, that there emerged one of the most complex and fascinating champions in all of Hyrule's history. Rivali, whose skill with bow and arrow was matched by very few in the kingdom's recorded annals, and whose mastery of wind magic allowed him to perform feats that seemed to defy the very laws that govern flight and motion, represented both the highest achievements of Rito culture and some of its potential pitfalls. When exceptional ability is not balanced by sufficient humility and wisdom, Rivali's path to becoming champion began with the same education and training that shaped all young Rito, but his extraordinary talents quickly marked him as someone destined for achievements that would extend far beyond the normal boundaries of their aerial community. His natural affinity for archery developed at a pace that amazed even the most experienced instructors, while his instinctive understanding of wind currents and atmospheric conditions allowed him to perform maneuvers that seemed impossible to observers who lacked his unique combination of physical ability and intellectual grasp of aerial dynamics. Yet it was not merely his technical skills that made Rivali remarkable, but the innovative approaches he developed for integrating his various abilities into new forms of combat and aerial artistry. His creation of updrafts through pure will and magical manipulation of air currents opened possibilities for three-dimensional warfare that had never before been imagined, while his ability to loose multiple arrows with perfect accuracy while performing complex aerial maneuvers transformed archery from a static skill into something approaching a form of airborne dance. The development of these abilities required not just natural talent, but the kind of dedicated practice and intellectual discipline that comes from understanding that true mastery demands the integration of physical capability with mental understanding and spiritual commitment. Rivali's training regimens, which pushed both his body and his mind to their absolute limits, reflected his recognition that excellence could not be achieved through talent alone, but required the kind of sustained effort that most individuals would find unbearable. Yet this commitment to perfection, admirable as it was in many respects, also carried within it the seeds of the pride and competitiveness that would both drive Rivali to legendary achievements and create tensions within the group of champions that sometimes threatened to undermine their unity and effectiveness. His awareness of his own exceptional abilities, combined with his natural intelligence and analytical nature, led him to approach most situations with a confidence that bordered on arrogance and a tendency to judge others according to standards that few could hope to meet. This pride was not entirely unjustified, for Rivali had indeed achieved mastery of skills that placed him in a category shared by very few individuals in the kingdom's history. His ability to create Rivali's gale, that powerful updraft that could lift him or others to incredible heights in mere seconds, represented a form of wind magic that seemed to transcend normal limitations and enter the realm of abilities that approach the divine. When combined with his archery skills, which allowed him to strike targets with perfect precision from distances and angles that would challenge the most advanced conventional marksmen, these powers made him perhaps the most formidable aerial combatant in all of recorded history. The selection of Rivali as the pilot of Varmedo, the great mechanical bird that bore the name of an ancient Rito hero, and whose aerial capabilities seemed designed specifically for someone of his unique talents and perspectives, represented both recognition of his extraordinary abilities, and acknowledgement of his role as the natural representative of his people in the coming battle against Calamity Ganon. The divine beast responded to his control with a harmony that spoke to perfect synchronization between pilot and machine, its weapons, systems, and flight characteristics, integrating seamlessly with his own abilities to create aerial combat capabilities that exceeded anything previously imagined. Yet it was Revali's relationship with Link that revealed both his greatest strengths and his most significant weaknesses, highlighting the way that exceptional ability could become either a source of inspiration for others or a barrier to the kind of cooperation and mutual support that their mission required. The appointment of Link as the wielder of the Master Sword and the de facto leader of the champions wounded Revali's pride in ways that he struggled to understand or accept, creating resentment that persisted despite his intellectual recognition that their cause was more important than any individual ego or ambition. This resentment was rooted not in simple jealousy or pettiness, but in Revali's genuine belief that he was the superior warrior and more qualified leader, a conviction that was not entirely without foundation given his demonstrated abilities and achievements. His frustration stemmed from what he perceived as the unfairness of a system that seemed to value legendary destiny over proven competence, ancient prophecy over contemporary excellence, mystical sword-pulling over hard-earned mastery of difficult skills. Yet beneath this surface antagonism lay a deeper complexity of feeling that Revali himself may not have fully understood. His challenges and provocations directed toward Link were not simply expressions of hostility, but also attempts to measure and test someone whose reputation had preceded any actual demonstration of ability. The competitive spirit that drove him to seek superiority over other champions was the same force that pushed him toward the excellence that made him invaluable to their collective mission. The preparations for the coming battle against Calamity Ganon allowed all the champions to develop their skills and deepen their bonds with their divine beasts. But for Revali, this period represented something more complex than simple military training. His growing mastery of Varmedo's capabilities, his development of new strategies and techniques that took advantage of the machine's incredible aerial performance, his integration of the divine beast's weapons with his own abilities, all served to reinforce his confidence in his own superiority, while also deepening his investment in the success of their shared mission. When the great calamity finally began, and the ancient evil that had slumbered for 10,000 years emerged with fury that had been building across millennia, Revali approached the crisis with the same combination of confidence and analytical precision that had characterized his entire approach to the champion's role. His aerial perspective allowed him to assess the scope of the disaster more quickly and accurately than his ground-bound colleagues, while his natural strategic thinking provided insights into how their carefully prepared plans would need to be modified to address unexpected developments. The corruption that seized Varmedo when Calamity Ganon emerged from its ancient prison represented a betrayal so profound and personal that it struck at the very core of Revali's identity and understanding of his place in the world. The divine beast that had been his partner and the ultimate expression of his aerial mastery became his prison and executioner, its systems turned against him by the same malice that sought to destroy everything he had worked to protect and perfect. The battle that followed tested every aspect of Revali's abilities and character, pitting his wind, magic, and archery skills against an enemy specifically designed to overcome and counter everything that made him formidable. Windblight Ganon, the manifestation of corruption that had taken control of Varmedo, possessed not just incredible speed and maneuverability, but a mastery of aerial combat that seemed to mock Revali's own abilities by using similar techniques for purely destructive purposes. Yet even in this ultimate test, Even as the Windblight's superior mobility and cunning began to overcome his defenses and his life force started to ebb away within the cockpit he had come to think of as the perfect expression of his aerial mastery, Rivali's thoughts were not entirely of bitterness or despair, but also of recognition that his skills and knowledge might yet serve a greater purpose. The wind power that he passed on to Link through sheer determination represented not just a combat ability, but a piece of his own spirit, a fragment of the freedom and excellence that had defined his existence. The century that followed Rivali's death was a time of gradual adaptation for Rito Village, as the community learned to function without the larger-than-life presence that had served as both their greatest champion and, in many ways, their most complex and challenging representative to the outside world. The winds that swept through their mountain home seemed to carry echoes of his voice and memories of his incredible aerial displays, while the young Rito, who had witnessed his achievements, struggled to understand how someone so gifted and apparently invincible could have fallen to the same evil forces that had claimed the other champions. Yet the foundations of Rito society proved strong enough to weather even this loss. For Rivali had been not just a great individual, but the product of a culture that created such individuals through its fundamental values and practices. The archery traditions continued to produce marksmen of remarkable skill. The flight training continued to develop aerial abilities that amazed observers from other races, and the musical heritage continued to preserve and transmit the cultural knowledge that made their community unique among all the peoples of Hyrule. The village during this period faced challenges that went beyond the simple absence of their greatest warrior, as the corruption of Varmado created ongoing threats that tested their traditional approaches to community defense and survival. The great mechanical bird that had once been their protector now patrolled the skies above their home with hostile intent, its weapons systems creating no-fly zones that severely limited the aerial activities that had always been central to their way of life. This restriction of flight represented more than just a practical inconvenience or tactical disadvantage. It struck at the very heart of what made the Rito who they were, challenging their fundamental identity as people of the sky, and forcing them to adapt to ground-based approaches to problems that they had always solved through aerial means. The psychological impact of being confined to their village while their corrupted divine beast controlled the airspace around them created a sense of imprisonment that affected every aspect of their daily lives and community activities. Tiba, the warrior whose natural abilities and unwavering courage marked him as Rivali's spiritual successor, even though he lacked the legendary champion's magical powers and supreme confidence, emerged during this period as exactly the kind of leader the community needed to navigate their reduced circumstances while maintaining hope for eventual restoration of their aerial freedom. His more humble and collaborative approach to excellence, his willingness to acknowledge limitations while working steadily to overcome them, his understanding that individual achievement meant nothing unless it served the broader welfare of the community, provided a model of heroism that complemented rather than competed with Rivali's more spectacular legacy. The return of Link to the world of the living and his eventual journey to Rito Village created exactly the kind of catalyst that both Tiba and the broader community needed for their liberation from the constraints that had limited their lives for so long. The mission to approach and board the corrupted Varmado, to confront the Windblight that had claimed Rivali's life and restore the great machine to its proper protective function, required the kind of aerial combat skills and strategic thinking that only someone trained in Rito traditions could provide. Yet the collaboration between Link and Tiba in this crucial mission represented more than just tactical cooperation. It embodied the synthesis of different approaches to excellence and heroism that could honor Rivali's memory, while also transcending the limitations that his pride and competitiveness had sometimes created. Working together, combining Link's legendary abilities with Tiba's understanding of aerial combat and Rito traditions, they demonstrated how individual achievement could be enhanced rather than diminished by genuine partnership and mutual support. When Varmado was finally purified and Rivali's spirit was freed to move on to whatever realm awaited fallen heroes, the victory represented not just the liberation of a corrupted war machine, but the restoration of the Rito people's connection to their essential nature as masters of the sky. The great mechanical birds returned to its proper perch atop their village pillar, where it could serve as guardian rather than threat, symbolized the renewal of the ancient harmony between the Rito and their aerial environment. The encounter between Link and Rivali's spirit within the purified divine beast provided the emotional resolution that both the hero and the Rito community needed to understand the true nature of the champion's legacy. His words of acknowledgement and grudging respect, his recognition that Link had achieved victories that even he might not have been able to accomplish, his gift of the wind power that would serve the hero in battles yet to come, transformed what might have been a moment of lingering resentment into something approaching reconciliation and mutual understanding. Yet the story of Rito Village and its remarkable people extends far beyond the dramatic events surrounding the divine beasts and the corruption that followed the Great Calamity. In the years that came after Link's victory over Calamity Ganon, when the kingdom began the slow work of rebuilding and renewal, the Rito found themselves facing new challenges that required different kinds of adaptation and innovation than what their traditional aerial approaches had prepared them for. The mysterious phenomena that followed Ganondorf's awakening in the depths beneath Hyrule Castle brought changes to the atmospheric conditions that tested every aspect of Rito knowledge and expertise. The appearance of the ancient Stormwind Arc high above the Hebra Mountains, that massive sky island whose presence disrupted normal weather patterns and created hazardous flying conditions throughout their territory, represented a threat to their way of life that went beyond anything they had previously experienced. The extreme cold that resulted from these atmospheric disruptions transformed their mountain home from the temperate environment they had always known into something approaching an Arctic wasteland, with temperatures so severe that even the hardy Rito found it difficult to function normally. The ice that formed on their wings made flight dangerous or impossible, while the bitter winds that howled through their village created conditions that forced many residents to seek shelter in the warmer lowlands around nearby stables. Yet the visual beauty created by this transformation, the way that ice and snow turned their familiar home into something resembling a crystal palace suspended above a frozen lake, provided inspiration and wonder, even as it created practical hardships. The music that accompanied this period, more haunting and contemplative than their usual celebratory melodies, reflected both the challenges they faced and the profound aesthetic experiences that could emerge from even the most difficult circumstances. The evacuation of much of the village population to temporary shelters represented more than just a practical response to harsh environmental conditions. It demonstrated the resilience and adaptability that had always been among the Wen, Rito's greatest strengths. Their ability to maintain community bonds and cultural practices, even when displaced from their traditional home, their willingness to seek help from other races while offering their own skills and knowledge in return, their determination to preserve what was essential while adapting what was necessary, all spoke to the deep wisdom that guided their approach to survival and growth. The Wind Temple that crowned the Stormwind Arc, accessible only through the most challenging aerial navigation and requiring the cooperation of both Rito flying skills and the unique abilities that Link had developed during his journey, represented perhaps the most remarkable synthesis of ancient architecture with elemental forces that had ever been created. This floating sanctuary, with its chambers that seemed to harness and direct wind currents according to principles that transcended normal understanding, its puzzles that required mastery of three-dimensional thinking and aerial maneuvering, its ultimate revelation of truths that connected air to the fundamental forces that shaped all reality, provided new context for understanding everything the Rito had always believed about their relationship with the sky. The purification of this temple and the restoration of normal atmospheric conditions that followed represented more than just another victory in the ongoing struggle against the forces of corruption. It symbolized the successful integration of traditional Rito knowledge with new understanding, aerial expertise with innovative problem solving, the patient methods of their culture with the more dynamic approaches required by unprecedented challenges. The return of normal weather patterns and flying conditions to their mountain home allowed the evacuated population to come back to a village that was both familiar and subtly transformed by their experiences. The community that reunited in the restored Rito village was stronger and more cohesive than before, their shared hardships having created bonds that transcended the normal divisions between families and social groups, while their successful adaptation to challenging circumstances had increased their confidence in their ability to face whatever future difficulties might arise. Yet one notable absence cast a shadow over this otherwise joyful restoration: the mysterious disappearance of Cass, the wandering bard whose accordion music and lyrical storytelling had connected Rito traditions to the broader cultural heritage of Hyrule while serving as a living bridge between their aerial community and the ground-based peoples with whom they shared the kingdom. His wife and children, who had remained in the village throughout all the recent upheavals, could offer no explanation for his absence beyond the simple fact that one day he had departed on what seemed like a routine journey and had never returned. This disappearance represented more than just the loss of a beloved individual. It symbolized the kind of mystery and uncertainty that still haunted even the most successful recoveries from the kingdom's long ordeal. Cass had embodied in his person and his music the possibility of meaningful connection across cultural boundaries, the hope that understanding and cooperation could overcome the differences that might otherwise divide the kingdom's diverse peoples, the faith that stories and songs could carry important truths from one generation to another and from one community to another. His absence left unanswered questions not just about his personal fate, but about the broader challenges of maintaining cultural continuity and cross-cultural understanding in a world that continued to face periodic upheavals and transformations. The songs he had preserved and performed, the stories he had collected and retold, the bridges he had built between different communities and different ways of understanding the world, all remained as part of his legacy. But without his continuing presence, there was no certainty that these connections would be maintained or that new ones would be created to replace them. The role that Rito civilization played in the broader recovery of Hyrule's communities grew even more important during the period of rebuilding that followed the defeat of both Calamity Ganon and the subsequent challenges posed by Ganondorf's awakening. Their expertise in aerial reconnaissance and rapid communication proved invaluable for coordinating relief efforts and monitoring conditions across the kingdom's vast territory, while their natural skills as scouts and messengers made them essential partners in the complex logistics of reconstruction and renewal. Yet this practical contribution, significant as it was, represented only the most visible aspect of what the Rito offered to the broader community of Hyrule's peoples. Their example of how individual excellence could be achieved without sacrificing community bonds, how mastery of specialized skills could serve broader purposes than mere personal advancement, how traditions could be preserved while remaining flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances, provided inspiration and guidance to other communities facing their own challenges of cultural preservation and innovative adaptation. The workshops and training facilities that had always been central to Rito society continued to operate according to principles that valued both technical excellence and collaborative learning, but they also incorporated new approaches that reflected the lessons learned from recent experiences and discoveries. The archery training that continued to produce marksmen of legendary skill now included techniques adapted from other cultures and modified to address new kinds of threats, while the flight instruction that prepared each new generation for life in three-dimensional space incorporated safety measures and contingency planning that reflected hard-won knowledge about the dangers that could arise from atmospheric disruptions and environmental changes. The musical traditions that preserved and transmitted Rito cultural knowledge continued to evolve in ways that honored their ancient roots, while incorporating new themes and experiences from their recent trials and victories. The songs that children learned in their earliest education now included verses about courage in the face of temporary defeat, about the importance of community support during periods of displacement, about the ways that apparent endings could become new beginnings when approached with wisdom and determination. As evening fell over the mountain peaks that surrounded Rito village, and the lights of their spiraling community began to twinkle like earthbound stars reflected in the still waters of Lake Totori, the aerial kingdom settled into the rhythms of rest and renewal that prepared its inhabitants for another day of the flight and song that defined their unique place in the broader tapestry of Hyrulean civilization. The gentle sound of wind through their distinctive architecture, which provided the constant background music of their daily lives, carried with it the same promises of freedom and possibility that had always made their village a place where the deepest truths about courage and excellence could be discovered and shared. In the quiet moments between the day's soaring and the night's dreams, in the gentle conversations that flowed between family members who had weathered both separation and reunion, in the melodies that rose spontaneously from gathering places where individual achievement was celebrated as part of collective identity, the true strength of Rito civilization revealed itself not as something that could be measured in distances flown or targets struck, but as something far more precious and enduring: the capacity to create communities where freedom and responsibility supported rather than competed with each other, where individual excellence served as inspiration rather than source of division, and where the winds of change carried not just the inevitable challenges that marked the passage of time, but the eternal possibilities that made those challenges opportunities for growth, rather than merely obstacles to be endured. Nestled among the towering stone pillars that rise from the mountain valleys of Necluda, like ancient guardians keeping eternal watch over secrets older than recorded history, where mist drifts through narrow passages and the sound of falling water creates a constant symphony of natural music, there exists a village so perfectly hidden from the casual gaze of the outside world that travelers often pass within mere yards of its borders without ever suspecting that one of Hyrule's most remarkable communities lies concealed just beyond their sight. This is Kakariko Village, sanctuary of the Sheikah people, where the shadow folk who once served as the kingdom's most trusted guardians have preserved their ancient wisdom and traditions through generations of exile, persecution, and gradual acceptance, creating a society that represents perhaps the most successful synthesis of secrecy and service, isolation and engagement that any culture has ever achieved. The village itself seems to grow organically from the landscape that surrounds it, its traditional architecture blending so seamlessly with the natural rock formations and flowing water that visitors often describe the sensation of discovering it as being similar to stumbling upon a hidden valley in a fairy tale, a place that exists somehow outside the normal flow of time and geography. The buildings that line its carefully planned streets reflect aesthetic sensibilities borrowed from ancient periods of Hylian history, their curved roof lines and elegant proportions speaking to cultural influences that predate the kingdom's current political arrangements by centuries, or perhaps millennia. The paper lanterns that cast gentle light along the winding pathways serve purposes that extend far beyond simple illumination, their soft glow creating an atmosphere of peace and contemplation that seems to encourage the kind of quiet reflection and spiritual renewal that has always been central to Shika philosophy. These luminous guides transform even the simplest journey through the village into something approaching a meditative experience, their warm radiance turning ordinary evening walks into opportunities for the kind of inner peace that can only be found in places where the soul feels truly safe and welcome. The waterfall that serves as the village's dramatic backdrop represents more than mere scenic beauty. It embodies the Shaker understanding of how natural forces can be integrated with human habitation in ways that benefit both the Ben, physical environment, and the spiritual well-being of those who call such places home. The cascade tumbles from heights that seem to touch the very sky itself, its waters gathering in pools so clear and pure that they seem to hold captured starlight, even during the brightest days, while the fish that swim in these sacred waters move with the same graceful precision that characterizes everything the Shika create or tend. Yet it was not accident or mere aesthetic preference that led the shadow folk to choose this particular location for their primary settlement in the post-exile period, but rather the same combination of practical wisdom and spiritual insight that has guided their choices throughout their long and often difficult history. The natural barriers provided by the surrounding stone pillars offered protection that no artificial fortification could match, while the village's position within the valley created the kind of defensible sanctuary that could serve as refuge during times of persecution, while remaining accessible to those who approached with peaceful intentions. This careful balance between security and accessibility reflects the fundamental challenge that has defined Shika existence since the betrayal that followed their greatest service to the crown: how to maintain their unique identity and preserve their invaluable knowledge while remaining engaged with the broader community of Hyrule's peoples in ways that serve the greater good without exposing themselves to the kind of suspicion and hostility that had once driven them from their positions of trust and influence within the kingdom's highest circles of power. The solution they developed, embodied in every aspect of their village's design and organization, represents one of the most sophisticated approaches to cultural survival and adaptation that any people has ever devised. Rather than retreating into complete isolation or abandoning their traditions in favor of assimilation, they created a community that could function as both sanctuary and bridge, preserving what was essential while adapting what was necessary, maintaining their distinctiveness while demonstrating their continued commitment to serving purposes greater than their own narrow interests. The head house of the village, where the elder Impa has made her home, while serving as both spiritual guide and practical leader for her scattered people, stands as perhaps the most perfect expression of this philosophy in architectural form. Its placement at the village's spiritual and geographic center, its design that combines traditional Shika motifs with innovations that reflect centuries of accumulated wisdom, its integration with the natural beauty of the waterfall and the carefully tended gardens that surround it, all speak to an understanding of leadership that emphasizes service rather than domination, wisdom rather than mere authority, continuity rather than rigid adherence to obsolete practices. Impa herself, whose extraordinarily long life has spanned the most dramatic and traumatic periods in recent Hyrulean history, represents in her person the living embodiment of everything that is most admirable about Sheikah culture and philosophy. Her transformation from the quick and agile royal advisor who once served in Hyrule Castle to the elderly but still sharp-minded village elder who guides her people through the challenges of post-calamity reconstruction demonstrates how true wisdom can adapt to changing circumstances, while never losing sight of fundamental principles and ultimate goals. Her role as keeper of the ancient tapestry that depicts the first appearance of Calamity Ganon 10,000 years ago represents more than simple custodianship of historical artifacts. It embodies the Sheikah understanding that knowledge, especially knowledge of past disasters and victories, must be preserved and transmitted across generations if future catastrophes are to be prevented or at least minimized in their impact. The careful preservation of this crucial historical document, despite all the upheavals and relocations that her people have endured, speaks to the kind of dedication and foresight that has allowed Sheikah wisdom to survive even when the formal structures that once supported it were destroyed. The patient way in which Impa shares this knowledge with Link during his journey of recovery and remembrance reflects the teaching methods that have always been central to Sheikah culture, the understanding that true learning cannot be forced or rushed but must unfold according to its own natural rhythm. That wisdom must be earned through experience and reflection, rather than simply received as dogma, that the most important truths are those that students discover for themselves with appropriate guidance and encouragement. Her possession of the photograph that unlocks Link's final memory represents the intersection of ancient wisdom with relatively modern technology, the synthesis of traditional Sheikah knowledge, with innovations that emerged during the kingdom's preparation for the returning calamity. This seemingly simple image, capturing a moment of profound tragedy and heroism from the fields of Blatchery Plain, serves as the key that allows the recovering hero to understand not just what happened during his final battle, but why his sacrifice was necessary, and how his survival might still serve purposes that extend far beyond his individual fate. The Sheikah heirloom that figures so prominently in one of the village's most dramatic episodes represents both the treasures and the burdens that come with being the inheritors of such an ancient and complex cultural legacy. This family artifact, passed down through generations as both symbol of identity and practical tool for accessing hidden knowledge, becomes the focal point for a story that illustrates the ongoing tensions within Sheikah society, between those who remain loyal to their traditional role as servants of the goddess and the crown, and those who have allowed bitterness and disappointment to turn them toward darker purposes. Dorian's theft of the heirloom, motivated not by personal greed or malice, but by desperate desire to protect his own family from Yiga clan threats, exemplifies the kind of impossible choices that ordinary people are sometimes forced to make when larger conflicts intrude upon their peaceful lives. His position as a former member of the Yiga, who has genuinely repented of his past allegiances but cannot entirely escape their consequences, creates exactly the kind of complex moral situation that simple rules and absolute principles are inadequate to address. The resolution of this crisis through Link's intervention and the subsequent use of the recovered heirloom to unlock one of the hidden shrines that dot the landscape around the village demonstrates how individual acts of courage and compassion can transform potentially destructive conflicts into opportunities for growth and renewal. The shrine that is revealed through this process represents not just a practical resource for the hero's continuing development, but a symbol of how hidden knowledge can be made accessible when approached with the right combination of wisdom, dedication, and moral clarity. Paya, Impa's granddaughter, embodies the promise and the challenges facing the next generation of Shaker leadership, as they prepare to inherit responsibility for guiding their people through whatever changes and difficulties the future might bring. Her shy and retiring nature, so different from the bold confidence that characterized her grandmother in her youth, reflects both the effects of growing up in a community that has learned to value discretion and humility above more assertive forms of leadership, and the particular challenges that face young people who must somehow fill roles that have been occupied by figures of legendary wisdom and experience. Yet beneath her uncertain exterior lies the same fundamental strength and dedication that has characterized the finest examples of Sheikah service throughout their history. Her growth from timid girl to capable young woman over the course of the events following Link's awakening demonstrates that the qualities necessary for effective leadership can develop in their own time and according to their own patterns, that confidence and competence need not manifest in identical ways across different generations, that the essential values of wisdom, service, and dedication to the greater good can express themselves through personality types and approaches that might seem very different on the surface. Her diary entries, which provide intimate glimpses into her thoughts and feelings during the period of upheaval and change that followed Ganondorf's awakening, reveal the kind of thoughtful and analytical mind that will serve her well as she gradually assumes greater responsibilities within her community. Her observations about the strange behavior displayed by Princess Zelda during her apparent visit to the village, the coldness, the lack of concern for the community's welfare, the absence of the warmth and engagement that had always characterized the real princess, demonstrate the kind of perceptive awareness that allows the Sheikah to serve as effective guardians and advisors. The naming conventions that connect many of the village's residents to various fruits and other natural products speak to the Sheikah understanding of how identity can be rooted in connections to the natural world while still allowing for individual expression and development. Names like Paya, derived from papaya, Kado from avocado, and Dorian from durian fruit, reflect a culture that sees humor and playfulness as compatible with serious dedication to important work, that understands how lightness and joy can coexist with gravity and responsibility. The expansion of the village during the period following Ganondorf's awakening, when new Zonai ruins fell from the sky and created opportunities for unprecedented research into ancient mysteries, demonstrates the adaptability and intellectual curiosity that have always been among the Sheikah's greatest strengths. The wooden scaffolding that allows researchers to access and study the ring ruins that landed atop their community transforms what might have been seen as an intrusion or disaster into an opportunity for expanding knowledge and understanding. Taro's establishment of his research center within the village creates new dynamics and possibilities, while also highlighting some of the tensions that can arise when different approaches to knowledge and discovery come into contact. His more academic and theoretical orientation contrasts with the traditionally practical and applied focus of Sheikah research, yet the collaboration between these different methodologies produces insights and discoveries that neither approach could achieve in isolation. The Princess Zelda, who appeared to warn the villagers away from the dangerous ruins, represents one of the most troubling and mysterious aspects of the deceptions that Ganondorf employed during his campaign to weaken and corrupt the kingdom's defenses. The Phantom's accurate appearance, but cold demeanor, her knowledge of local conditions, combined with apparent indifference to local concerns, her warnings that served legitimate safety purposes while also advancing the enemy's larger strategic goals, all demonstrate the sophisticated and subtle nature of the threats that the kingdom's defenders were forced to confront. The well that provides access to the underground chambers beneath Kakariko village serves as both practical resource and historical reminder, its depth holding secrets that connect the current community to much darker chapters in their people's past. The red stains that mark the stone walls of these subterranean spaces speak to events and practices that the modern Sheikah prefer not to discuss in detail, acknowledging through implication and suggestion the possibility that their ancestors may have been involved in activities that would not meet current standards of ethical conduct. This connection to the cursed well of Kakariko from ancient times, with its associations with torture, imprisonment, and the kind of moral compromises that intelligence gathering and security work can sometimes require, provides a sobering reminder that even the most admirable cultures and traditions carry within them the potential for corruption and abuse. The blood-soaked history that these stains represent serves as a warning about the importance of maintaining ethical standards even when facing the most desperate circumstances and dangerous enemies. The Sheikah understanding of this dark heritage, their willingness to acknowledge its existence while working to ensure that it never repeats itself, reflects the kind of moral maturity that comes from honestly confronting, rather than denying or excusing the mistakes and failures of the past. Their commitment to serving the light while remaining aware of their capacity for falling into darkness demonstrates the kind of spiritual discipline that allows individuals and communities to grow stronger rather than weaker through their struggles with temptation and error. The role that Kakariko village plays in preserving and transmitting Sheikah knowledge extends far beyond the formal educational institutions and research facilities that can be found within its borders. The entire community serves as a living laboratory where traditional techniques and approaches can be tested against contemporary challenges, where ancient wisdom can be refined and updated through practical application, where theoretical knowledge can be transformed into concrete benefits for both the shadow folk and their allies throughout the kingdom. The village's position as a center for Zonai research during the period following the upheaval demonstrates how their traditional expertise in ancient technologies and mysterious phenomena makes them natural partners for anyone seeking to understand and utilize the artifacts and structures that emerged from the depths and descended from the sky. Their combination of theoretical knowledge, practical experience, and ethical commitment provides exactly the kind of foundation that is necessary for conducting such research in ways that serve beneficial rather than destructive purposes. Yet the warnings that Phantom Zelda delivered about the dangers of exploring the newly revealed ruins highlight the genuine risks that can accompany even the most well-intentioned investigations into ancient powers and forgotten knowledge. The corruption that can seep from such sources, the way that seemingly beneficial discoveries can become tools for evil purposes, the possibility that some secrets are hidden for good reasons and should remain undisturbed, all represent challenges that require not just intellectual capability, but moral wisdom to navigate successfully. The transformation of familiar spaces within the village as new structures and opportunities for research are integrated with traditional functions reflects the ongoing process of adaptation and growth that has always characterized healthy communities. The changes are neither so rapid as to create discontinuity with the past, nor so slow as to prevent effective response to new circumstances, but rather represent the kind of measured and thoughtful development that allows communities to evolve while maintaining their essential character and values. The great fairy fountain that once blessed the heights above the village, accessible only through challenging climbs and demonstrating appropriate respect for the ancient powers that dwell in such places, represents the kind of connection to supernatural forces and divine energies that has always been central to Sheikah understanding of their role in the cosmic order. The disruption of this sacred site through the opening of a chasm that leads down into the mysterious depths below symbolizes the way that recent upheavals have transformed even the most stable and reliable aspects of the world. Yet the Sheikah response to such changes, careful investigation, patient adaptation, determined effort to find new ways of accomplishing essential tasks, demonstrates the resilience and flexibility that have allowed their culture to survive and even thrive despite centuries of persecution, exile, and marginalization. Their understanding that change, even unwelcome change, can create opportunities as well as challenges, allows them to approach disruption with curiosity and hope rather than fear and despair. The children who grow up in this environment of respectful innovation and careful preservation learn from their earliest years how to balance reverence for tradition with openness to new possibilities, how to honor the wisdom of their ancestors while remaining alert to the lessons that can be learned from contemporary experience. The games they play, the stories they hear, the skills they begin to develop, all reflect the community's commitment to preparing each new generation for roles that may require capabilities and approaches that their parents could not have anticipated. The workshops where traditional Sheikah techniques are practiced and refined continue to operate according to principles that value precision, patience, and the kind of attention to detail that can mean the difference between success and failure when dealing with technologies and forces that operate at the margins of ordinary understanding. Yet, these same workshops also serve as laboratories where ancient methods can be combined with new discoveries, where theoretical knowledge can be tested through practical application, where the accumulated wisdom of generations can be enhanced through careful experimentation and innovation. The ceremonies and observances that mark the passage of seasons and the celebration of important events within the village reflect the Sheikah understanding of how spiritual practices can provide both individual comfort and community cohesion during times of uncertainty and change. Their rituals honor both the goddess Hylia, to whom their ultimate loyalty has always belonged, and the more immediate concerns of daily life, family welfare, and community prosperity that require constant attention and care. As evening settles over the hidden valley where Kakariko village nestles among its protective stone pillars, and the paper lanterns begin to cast their gentle glow along pathways that have been walked by countless generations of shadow folk seeking wisdom and peace, the community prepares for the kind of restful renewal that allows both individuals and cultures to maintain their strength across the long span of years that true achievements require. The sound of falling water continues its eternal song, while the lights in windows speak of families gathering to share the experiences and insights that another day has brought. In the quiet moments between the day's work and the night's dreams, in the gentle conversations that flow between neighbors who have shared both triumph and trial, in the prayers that rise from hearts that have learned to find hope even in the darkest circumstances, the true strength of Sheikah civilization reveals itself not as something that can be measured in techniques mastered or secrets preserved, but as something far more precious and enduring the capacity to create communities where wisdom serves love rather than dominating it, where knowledge enhances rather than replaces compassion, where the shadows that give their people their name serve not to hide from light, but to provide the kind of gentle shade in which the most delicate and beautiful forms of understanding can flourish and grow. Across the vast expanse of Hyrule, scattered like fragments of half-remembered dreams among landscapes both familiar and strange, there lie places that speak to mysteries older than the oldest legends, ruins that whisper of peoples whose very names have been almost entirely erased from memory, structures that embody architectural principles so alien to contemporary understanding that they seemed to belong to some other world entirely. These are the forgotten peoples and lost places of the kingdom, the remnants of civilizations that once flourished in these lands with achievements that rivaled or perhaps even exceeded anything that has been accomplished since their mysterious disappearance from the pages of recorded history. The story of the Zonai represents perhaps the most dramatic transformation of understanding that has ever occurred within the realm of Hyrulean historical scholarship, a complete reversal of accepted wisdom that demonstrates how limited knowledge can create misconceptions so persistent that they become accepted as fact, until new evidence forces a fundamental reassessment of everything that was previously believed to be true. For generations, scholars who encountered the mysterious ruins scattered throughout the Faerun region could only speculate about their origins based on the fragmentary evidence available, creating theories that reflected more about their own assumptions and limitations than about the reality of what these structures represented. The barbaric tribe theory that dominated academic discourse for so long painted the Zonai as a primitive people whose worship of owls, dragons, and boars reflected a crude understanding of divine forces, whose architecture spoke to abilities that were impressive for their presumed level of cultural development, but hardly remarkable when compared to the achievements of more civilized societies. This interpretation, based on surface observations and cultural prejudices that equated architectural styles unfamiliar to Hylian sensibilities with primitive thinking, created a narrative that persisted, despite its obvious inadequacy, to explain the sophisticated engineering and artistic vision evident in even the most casual examination of Zonai construction techniques. The ruins themselves, scattered throughout the dense forests of Faerun like jewels half hidden in emerald velvet, spoke to achievements that should have challenged these simplistic interpretations from the very beginning. The massive stone blocks that formed their foundations had been shaped and fitted with precision that rivaled the finest examples of contemporary masonry, while the spiral patterns and dragon motifs that decorated their surfaces demonstrated aesthetic sensibilities that were both sophisticated and utterly distinctive from anything found in other architectural traditions throughout the post-kingdom. Yet it was not merely the technical excellence of their construction that should have suggested a more complex understanding of Zonai civilization, but the way these structures seemed to integrate with their natural environment in ways that transcended simple building techniques and entered the realm of what could only be described as environmental artistry. The temples and monuments that emerged from the forest floor seemed to grow organically from their surroundings, their placement and orientation taking advantage of natural features in ways that enhanced both their aesthetic impact and their practical functionality. The Spring of Courage, hidden within the jaws of the great serpent statue that dominated the largest of the Faerun ruins, represented the kind of sophisticated understanding of sacred geography and spiritual symbolism that should have immediately called into question any theories about primitive barbarism. The careful positioning of this holy site, the complex engineering required to create and maintain the water systems that fed it, the artistic vision that conceived of a massive stone serpent as an appropriate guardian for such a sacred space, all spoke to cultural achievements that deserved recognition and study rather than dismissal and mischaracterization. The revelation that came with Ganondorf's awakening and the emergence of memories from ancient times transformed understanding of the Zonai from primitive tribal people to sophisticated divine architects whose technological, magical achievements had formed the very foundation of Hyrulean civilization itself. King Rauru and his sister Mineru, revealed not as barbaric chieftains, but as enlightened rulers whose wisdom and abilities transcended anything previously imagined, represented the kind of dramatic reversal in historical understanding that occurs perhaps once in a millennium. The glimpses of ancient Hyrule, provided through Princess Zelda's experiences in the distant past, revealed a civilization that combined advanced technology with spiritual insight, mechanical precision with aesthetic beauty, individual brilliance with collective purpose, in ways that created a society whose achievements served as inspiration for everything that followed. The Zonai understanding of dragons, not as mere animals to be worshipped, but as forms that conscious beings could assume to achieve immortality and transcend normal limitations, represented philosophical and practical insights that went far beyond anything that conventional scholarship had attributed to them. The transformation that allowed Princess Zelda herself to become the Light Dragon, using knowledge and techniques that Rauru and Mineru shared with her during her time in the ancient past, demonstrated that Zonai wisdom included not just theoretical understanding, but practical methods for achieving goals that other peoples could only dream about. The sacrifice required for such transformation, the conscious choice to surrender individual identity in service of a greater good, the willingness to exist for millennia in a form that allowed for the healing and restoration of something as fundamental as the Master Sword itself, all spoke to spiritual sophistication that challenged every assumption about what primitive peoples were capable of achieving. Yet even as these revelations transformed scholarly understanding of who the Zonai had been and what they had accomplished, new mysteries emerged to replace the old ones. The relationship between the advanced civilization that Rauru and Mineru represented and the architectural remains scattered throughout Faron became a subject of intense speculation and investigation, with some scholars arguing that the forest ruins represented an earlier, more primitive phase of Zonai development, while others suggested that they might have been created by different peoples entirely. The devices and constructs that emerged from the depths during the upheaval that followed Ganondorf's awakening provided new evidence for understanding Zonai technological capabilities, but they also raised questions about how such sophisticated creations had remained functional across thousands of years of abandonment and neglect. The construct factory hidden within the Sky Islands above Faron offered glimpses of manufacturing techniques that seemed to blur the line between mechanical engineering and magical creation, while the spirit temple that crowned the entire complex demonstrated architectural and spiritual achievements that defied easy categorization or explanation. The expansion of the Faron ruins that occurred during this period, with the addition of chambers and passages that provided access to previously hidden areas, revealed new aspects of Zonai culture and achievement, while also highlighting how much remained unknown about their ultimate fate and the reasons for their apparent disappearance from the stage of recorded history. The horns that appeared atop the ancient statues, serving practical functions in calming the storms that raged above while also adding new aesthetic dimensions to the already impressive monuments, demonstrated that these structures retained connections to active systems and purposes that had survived their creators by countless generations. In the northwestern reaches of Hyrule, beyond the mysterious borders of the Lost Woods where few travelers ventured and fewer still returned with coherent accounts of what they had witnessed, there stood another collection of ruins that presented scholars with challenges and mysteries equal to those found in Faron, but of a very different character and origin. The Typhlo ruins, shrouded in perpetual darkness that seemed to exist independently of any natural phenomena, represented a puzzle that appeared unsolvable until the recent upheavals provided new evidence and context for understanding their true nature and purpose. The darkness that engulfed these ruins was unlike anything found elsewhere in the natural world, persisting through all seasons and weather conditions without any apparent source or explanation. Travelers who ventured into this zone of perpetual night reported experiences that challenged their understanding of how light and shadow were supposed to behave, with the darkness seeming to swallow not just illumination but sound and sometimes even memory itself, creating an environment where navigation became impossible and panic was a constant companion. Yet beneath this unnatural shroud lay architectural achievements that rivaled anything found elsewhere in the kingdom, structures whose sophisticated design and precise construction were revealed only when brave explorers brought adequate illumination to penetrate the encompassing gloom. The layout of buildings and pathways showed clear evidence of master planning and aesthetic vision, while the materials and techniques used in their construction demonstrated capabilities that matched or exceeded those found in the most celebrated examples of ancient architecture. The Sheikah shrine hidden within these dark ruins provided the first clue that there might be connections between the mysterious builders and the shadow folk whose own architectural traditions showed certain similarities to what could be observed in the Typhlo structures. Yet the shrine itself seems somehow different from others scattered throughout the kingdom, its internal mechanisms and spiritual resonances suggesting that it might have been created for different purposes or according to different principles than the standard examples of Sheikah sacred technology. The lifting of the darkness that had shrouded the ruins for unknown millennia, occurring as mysteriously and suddenly as its original descent, revealed the full scope and magnificence of what had been hidden for so long, while also raising new questions about the forces or circumstances that had controlled such an obviously supernatural phenomenon. The Zonai researchers who established their camp among the newly revealed structures brought expertise and theoretical frameworks for understanding ancient construction techniques, but they also brought assumptions and preconceptions that sometimes prevented them from recognizing the full significance of what they were studying. The Skyview Tower that was built at the heart of the ruins, integrating ancient foundations with contemporary Sheikah technology, represented the kind of synthesis between old and new knowledge that characterized the best responses to the mysteries and opportunities created by recent upheavals. Yet even this impressive achievement paled in comparison to the revelations that emerged when the secret staircase was finally discovered and the underground chambers were explored for the first time in countless generations. The stone tablet that was uncovered in these hidden depths provided the key to understanding not just the true origins of the Typhlo ruins, but the complex relationships between different ancient peoples and the ways that architectural styles and construction techniques could be borrowed, adapted, and transformed across cultural boundaries and historical periods. The revelation that these structures, despite their obvious similarities to Zonai designs found elsewhere, had actually been built by the Hylians as a memorial to King Rauru's sacrifice, represented the kind of historical discovery that forced scholars to reconsider fundamental assumptions about cultural development and artistic influence. This discovery suggested that the relationship between Zonai and Hylian civilizations had been far more complex and intimate than previously imagined, with architectural knowledge flowing from the divine architects to their human allies and subjects in ways that created hybrid forms and synthetic styles that combined elements from both traditions. The Hylian builders who created the Typhlo ruins had clearly learned from Zonai masters, but they had also brought their own aesthetic sensibilities and cultural meanings to the project, creating something that honored their teachers while also reflecting their own values and purposes. The darkness that had shrouded these ruins for so long might have been intended as a form of protection or preservation, ensuring that the memorial to Rauru's sacrifice would survive the political and cultural upheavals that might have led to its destruction if it had remained visible and accessible to those who might not appreciate its significance. The lifting of this supernatural shroud at precisely the moment when such revelations could contribute to understanding the current crisis suggested that forces beyond ordinary comprehension might have been involved in determining when this knowledge should be revealed. Yet, The mysteries surrounding the Typhlo ruins extended beyond questions of construction and purpose to encompass the broader puzzle of how communities and cultures could vanish so completely from historical records while their architectural achievements remained to puzzle and inspire future generations. The builders who had created this memorial to Rauru's sacrifice had clearly possessed sophisticated knowledge and considerable resources, yet their identity and fate remained as mysterious as the origins of the darkness that had protected their work. The coastal village of Lurelin, nestled among palm trees and gentle beaches where the rhythms of life had remained largely unchanged for generations, represented a very different kind of mystery and loss, one that spoke not to ancient civilizations and forgotten peoples, but to the fragility of even the most peaceful and stable communities. When confronted by forces beyond their ability to resist or control, the transformation of this tropical paradise from serene fishing village to pirate-ravaged ruin demonstrated how quickly the accumulated achievements of generations could be reduced to rubble, and how much effort and determination were required to rebuild what had been destroyed. The unique culture that had developed in Lurelin over the centuries reflected the influences of geography and circumstance in ways that created something distinct from the broader patterns of Hylian civilization while remaining recognizably part of the same cultural family. The relaxed pace of life that characterized the village, the emphasis on fishing and maritime activities, the architectural styles that took advantage of coastal breezes and ocean views, all spoke to successful adaptation to environmental conditions that were very different from those found in the kingdom's interior regions. The swirl patterns that appeared throughout the village's decorative arts had generated speculation about possible connections to Zonai cultural influences, with some scholars arguing that the coastal location might have made Lurelin a point of contact between different ancient peoples and their respective artistic traditions. While such theories remained largely speculative, the distinctive aesthetic that characterized the village certainly reflected cultural influences that went beyond simple local development and suggested connections to broader patterns of artistic and symbolic meaning. The Mirror of Twilight that stood near the village, a mysterious artifact whose origins and purpose remained completely unknown despite its obvious connections to powers and dimensions that transcended normal understanding, provided another piece of evidence for the complex cultural history of the region. This enigmatic structure, clearly created by beings with capabilities that exceeded anything found in contemporary civilization, served as a reminder that even the most peaceful and seemingly isolated locations might harbor secrets and connections to forces that operated on scales far beyond ordinary comprehension. The destruction that befell Lurelin during the recent upheavals, when pirate raiders overwhelmed the village's peaceful inhabitants and reduced their homes and livelihood to scattered ruins, represented more than just another example of violence and devastation in a world that had seen far too much of both. It symbolized the vulnerability of communities that had chosen to focus on creation rather than destruction, cooperation rather than conflict, beauty rather than military might, when confronted by those who had made different choices about how to respond to the challenges and opportunities that life presented. Yet the response to this disaster, the way that survivors and allies worked together to drive out the invaders and begin the process of rebuilding what had been lost, demonstrated the resilience and determination that had always characterized the best aspects of Hylian civilization. The physical reconstruction of houses and boats was matched by the spiritual reconstruction of hope and community bonds, while the integration of new defensive measures with traditional ways of life showed how communities could adapt and strengthen themselves without losing their essential character and values. Tarry Town, rising from the rocky platform that had once held nothing but a solitary goddess statue, represented perhaps the most inspiring example of how determination and cooperation could create something beautiful and functional from virtually nothing, transforming an empty and apparently useless location into a thriving community that served as both home and symbol of human potential for positive achievement. The story of this settlement's creation, from initial conception through its growth into a prosperous and self-sustaining community, provided a template for understanding how effective collaboration between different peoples' skill sets could accomplish goals that seemed impossible when viewed from the perspective of individual limitations. Hudson's dream of creating something entirely his own, of building a community that would reflect his vision and values, while also serving the practical needs of people who chose to make their lives there, represented the kind of positive ambition that had always driven the most successful examples of human civilization. His insistence that all residents should have names ending in son might have seemed arbitrary or even silly to outside observers, but it served the important function of creating shared identity and common purpose among people who came from different backgrounds and might otherwise have had difficulty forming the bonds necessary for genuine community life. The evolution of Tarrytown from simple construction project to fully developed settlement with shops, inns, and residential areas, culminating in the wedding celebration that marked Hudson's marriage to Ronson, demonstrated how organic growth guided by consistent principles could create results that exceeded the scope of original planning, while remaining true to the values and vision that had inspired the initial effort. The expansion of Hudson construction into a kingdom-wide enterprise that contributed to rebuilding efforts throughout Hyrule showed how successful local initiatives could serve as foundations for broader positive impact. The Forgotten Temple, hidden within the dramatic landscapes of Tanagar Canyon, where few travelers ventured and fewer still possessed the knowledge and determination necessary to explore its depths fully, represented perhaps the most remarkable synthesis of ancient wisdom and divine inspiration that could be found anywhere within the kingdom's borders. This massive structure, whose age and origins remain subjects of scholarly debate and speculation, combined architectural grandeur with spiritual significance in ways that created an environment where the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical seemed to dissolve entirely. The temple's exterior alone, with its soaring columns and intricate decorative elements carved from stone that seemed to hold light within its very structure, demonstrated architectural capabilities that rivaled anything achieved by any civilization in recorded history. Yet it was the interior spaces, with their perfect acoustics and carefully planned sightlines, that drew the eye inevitably toward the massive goddess statue that dominated the central chamber, that truly revealed the sophisticated understanding of how physical environments could be designed to induce specific emotional and spiritual states in those who entered them. The goddess Hylia statue that served as the temple's focal point represented not just an impressive example of monumental sculpture, but a spiritual presence that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of carved stone and artistic representation. The figure's size and positioning created the impression that visitors were entering not just a building but a sacred space where direct communion with divine forces was not only possible but inevitable, while the quality of light and acoustics within the chamber enhanced, rather than competed with this sense of otherworldly presence. The revelation of hidden chambers behind the fallen statue during the recent upheavals opened new chapters in the temple's history and significance, providing evidence of its role as a meeting place for King Rauru and the ancient champions during their planning and preparation for the original confrontation with Ganondorf. The 7 stones that surrounded the central gathering area spoke to sophisticated understanding of both practical meeting arrangements and symbolic representation, while the overall design of the space demonstrated how architectural planning could support both efficient communication and spiritual inspiration. Queen Sonai's grave, marked by the sundelions that had grown from the single flower left by her grieving husband, provided tangible connection to the personal tragedies that had driven the ancient conflicts, while also demonstrating how love and memory could transform even the most sorrowful losses into sources of beauty and renewed life. The continuous growth and blooming of these flowers across the centuries served as a living memorial that honored the Queen's sacrifice, while also symbolizing the eternal nature of the values and commitments that had motivated those who fought against the forces of darkness. The map of ancient Hyrule that was displayed in the temple's deeper chambers offered invaluable insights into how the kingdom's geography had changed over the millennia, with landmarks like the undivided dueling peaks and the intact Hebra Mountains providing reference points for understanding both the scale of historical changes and the forces that had shaped the landscape's evolution. The integration of this map with the locations where Princess Zelda's memories could be recovered demonstrated how the temple continued to serve purposes that connected ancient history with contemporary needs. The role that the Forgotten Temple played in Link's quest for understanding and restoration extended beyond its function as a repository of ancient knowledge or a shrine to divine power. It served as a bridge between different periods of history, a place where the achievements and sacrifices of the past could inform and inspire the challenges and opportunities of the present, where the eternal truths about courage, wisdom, and love could be experienced as living realities rather than abstract concepts. The temple's survival through centuries of political upheaval, natural disasters, and cultural transformations spoke to the quality of its construction and the dedication of those who had maintained it across the generations, but it also spoke to something deeper and more fundamental about the relationship between physical spaces and spiritual realities, places that are created with sufficient love and devotion, that embody truths and values that transcend the limitations of any particular historical moment, possess a kind of resilience and enduring power that allows them to continue serving their essential purposes long after their original builders and users have passed from the stage of earthly existence. As twilight settled over these forgotten places and lost peoples, casting long shadows that seemed to connect present moments with ancient memories, the ruins and monuments that dotted Hyrule's landscape continued their eternal vigil as guardians of knowledge and witnesses to achievements that deserved to be remembered and honored. The secrets they held, the stories they told, the inspiration they provided, all contributed to the ongoing process by which each generation learned from its predecessors, while also discovering new truths and creating new possibilities for those who would come after. In the quiet moments when the wind whispered through broken stones and abandoned pathways, when moonlight illuminated carvings and inscriptions that spoke of dreams and hopes that had somehow survived the destruction of the civilizations that had created them, the true legacy of these forgotten peoples revealed itself not as something that could be measured in architectural achievements or technological capabilities, but as something far more precious and enduring, the capacity to create meaning and beauty that transcends the limitations of individual existence, the ability to build bridges across time that allow the wisdom and love of the past to continue blessing and inspiring the present, the eternal truth that nothing truly valuable is ever completely lost as long as there remain those who are willing to remember, to learn, and to carry forward the best of what has come before into whatever future awaits. When the earth itself began to crack and split like the shell of some cosmic egg, preparing to birth new realities into the world, when chasms opened across the length and breadth of Hyrule like wounds torn in the very fabric of existence, when the solid ground that had supported countless generations of life and civilization suddenly revealed itself to be merely the surface layer of something far more vast and mysterious than anyone had ever imagined. The kingdom discovered that it had been dwelling all along above an entire shadow world that mirrored their own reality while remaining fundamentally alien to everything they thought they understood about the nature of space, time, and the relationship between light and darkness. The depths, as this underground realm came to be known, represented more than simply unexplored territory, waiting to be mapped and catalogued by curious adventurers and scholarly expeditions. They embodied a complete inversion of the surface world's most basic assumptions about how reality was structured, creating an environment where familiar landmarks existed in transformed and often threatening configurations, where the comforting presence of natural light was replaced by darkness so profound that it seemed to possess weight and substance of its own, where the very act of breathing carried whispers of ancient malevolence that had been festering in these hidden spaces for millennia. The hornblast that greeted every descent into this underworld served as more than mere atmospheric introduction to a new environment. It announced the crossing of a threshold between realms, a transition from the world of life and light into something that operated according to different laws and different purposes. The sound itself seemed to emerge from no identifiable source while echoing from every direction simultaneously, creating the immediate impression that travelers had entered not just a physical space, but a domain where the normal rules of cause and effect, distance, and direction might not apply in ways that surface dwellers took for granted. The music that followed this initial announcement, soft but pervasive in ways that made it seem to emerge from the very stones themselves, established an atmosphere of unease and wonder that perfectly captured the essential character of this strange realm. The melodies carried within them echoes of harmonies that might once have been beautiful but had been subtly corrupted by exposure to forces that transformed all they touched, creating an auditory landscape that was simultaneously familiar and alien, comforting and threatening, inviting and deeply dangerous. The darkness that enveloped everything beyond the limited range of whatever illumination visitors might bring with them was unlike any natural shadow that existed on the surface world. This was not simply the absence of light, but something more active and purposeful, a substance that seemed to actively resist attempts at illumination, while exerting psychological pressure that made even the bravest explorers question their wisdom in venturing into such places. The darkness pressed against consciousness itself, creating the sensation that it might be capable of not just hiding things from view, but actually erasing them from existence entirely. Yet within this overwhelming obscurity, points of light did exist to provide both practical guidance and symbolic hope for those who possessed the courage and determination to seek them out. The light roots that emerged from the depths floor like luminous flowers blooming in an eternal midnight created islands of visibility and safety that made navigation possible, while also serving as waypoints for mapping the vast, underground territory that extended beneath every region of the surface kingdom. These remarkable organic structures represented one of the most beautiful and mysterious aspects of the depths ecosystem, their soft radiance creating spheres of visibility that revealed the incredible scope of the underground realm, while also highlighting just how much remained hidden in the spaces between them. The light they provided was not harsh or overwhelming, but gentle and nurturing, offering the kind of illumination that made detailed observation possible, while never quite dispelling the sense of mystery and wonder that characterized the entire underground experience. The geography of the depths mirrored that of the surface world in ways that created both opportunities and dangers for explorers attempting to navigate between the two levels of reality. Mountains became valleys. Valleys became mountains. And the familiar landmarks that provided reference points for surface navigation transformed into their opposite configurations, creating a landscape that was simultaneously recognizable and completely disorienting for those trying to understand their location relative to the world they knew. This inversion created practical challenges for mapping and exploration, but it also provided insights into the fundamental structures that underlay both realms and suggested connections between upper and lower worlds that went far beyond simple physical relationships. The correspondence between surface and depth locations implied that the two realms might be more than just separate spaces occupying the same general area, but rather different aspects or dimensions of a single complex reality that could only be fully understood by considering both levels simultaneously. The creatures that inhabited this underground realm represented forms of life that had adapted to conditions so different from surface environments that they seemed to belong to entirely different categories of existence. The frogs and giant frogs that served as the depth's most common inhabitants possessed capabilities and characteristics that reflected countless generations of evolution in darkness and isolation, their massive size and strange proportions speaking to environmental pressures and opportunities that had no equivalent in the sunlit world above. These beings were not simply enlarged versions of surface creatures, but something qualitatively different, adapted not just to physical conditions of darkness and confined space, but to the kind of existence that was possible in a realm where the normal relationships between predator and prey, individual and environment, life and death, had been fundamentally altered by exposure to forces that operated according to principles unknown to surface biology. The gloom-infested versions of familiar enemies that could be encountered throughout the depths represented perhaps even more disturbing evidence of how this underground environment could transform and corrupt forms of life that had originally developed under very different conditions. These corrupted beings retained enough of their original characteristics to be recognizable, but they had been altered in ways that made them far more dangerous and unpredictable than their surface counterparts, as if the darkness itself had enhanced their aggressive tendencies while diminishing their capacity for the kind of behavior that made coexistence possible. The boss battle replicas that could be discovered in various locations throughout the depths offered opportunities for combat experiences that exceeded in difficulty and complexity anything available on the surface. But they also served as reminders of how the underground realm could take familiar challenges and transform them into something entirely new and more threatening. These encounters suggested that the depths possessed not just their own indigenous life forms, but also the ability to create enhanced versions of surface threats, as if the realm itself was actively working to test and challenge anyone bold enough to explore its mysteries. The colosseums that provided venues for these enhanced combat experiences represented some of the most remarkable architectural achievements to be found anywhere in the depths, their construction demonstrating capabilities and purposes that went far beyond anything that could be explained by simple practical necessity. These structures seemed designed not just to contain and organize combat encounters, but to create environments where the fundamental nature of conflict and victory could be explored and understood in ways that were impossible under normal circumstances. The old mines that honeycombed the depths in patterns that suggested systematic exploration and resource extraction by previous inhabitants provided evidence that this underground realm had not always been the largely empty and dangerous place that current explorers discovered. The tools and equipment that could still be found scattered throughout these excavation sites spoke to mining operations conducted on a scale that must have required significant populations and sophisticated organizational capabilities, while the quality and extent of the tunnels themselves demonstrated engineering expertise that rivaled anything achieved by contemporary civilizations. The mystery of what had happened to the miners and engineers who had created these extensive underground works remained one of the most haunting aspects of depths exploration. with various theories ranging from simple abandonment due to changing economic conditions to more sinister possibilities involving the malevolent forces that clearly inhabited the deepest regions of this underground realm. The absence of any clear evidence about the fate of these previous inhabitants created an atmosphere of uncertainty and potential danger that colored every step of contemporary exploration efforts. The lost city of Gorondia, discovered in the depths beneath what had once been Goron territory on the surface, represented perhaps the most significant archaeological discovery in recent Hyrulean history, providing evidence of urban development and cultural achievement that had been completely unknown to surface scholars despite centuries of research into the history and development of the various races that inhabited the kingdom. This remarkable site challenged fundamental assumptions about how different peoples had developed and interacted across the millennia, while also raising profound questions about what other discoveries might await those bold enough to explore the depths thoroughly. The construction factory that could be found hidden within the underground landscape provided working examples of Zonai manufacturing techniques and technological capabilities that exceeded anything that had been preserved in surface ruins or contemporary knowledge. The active machinery and ongoing production processes that could be observed within this facility offered unprecedented insights into how the ancient peoples had created their remarkable devices and constructs, while also demonstrating that some aspects of their civilization had continued to function across the millennia even after their creators had vanished from recorded history. Yet it was the Spirit Temple that represented the ultimate achievement of depths, architecture, and the most significant discovery for understanding the relationship between ancient wisdom and contemporary challenges. This massive structure, built around and incorporating natural rock formations in ways that created perfect harmony between artificial construction and environmental conditions, served as both monument to Zonai spiritual understanding and practical facility for accessing powers and knowledge that remained relevant to current circumstances. The temple's integration with the surrounding geology created spaces that seemed to exist partially outside normal physical laws, with chambers that were larger inside than their external dimensions should have allowed, and passages that connected distant locations in ways that conventional understanding of spatial relationships could not explain. These architectural impossibilities were not mere curiosities or displays of advanced engineering, but practical features that supported the temple's functions as a bridge between different realms and different forms of existence. The Yiga clan's establishment of their new headquarters within the depths represented both a practical response to their need for secure bases of operation and a symbolic alignment with the forces of darkness and corruption that found their ultimate expression in the deepest regions of this underground realm. Their camps and facilities, scattered throughout the depths in patterns that suggested careful, strategic planning and significant resource investment, demonstrated that they had adapted to underground conditions with remarkable efficiency while maintaining their organizational structure and operational capabilities. Master Koga's survival of his apparent death during the events at Breath of the Wild, and his emergence as a significant leader within the depths, provided evidence that the underground realm offered opportunities for resurrection or restoration that were not available on the surface, though the exact mechanisms and requirements for such processes remained mysterious and potentially dangerous. His continued pursuit of his vendetta against Link and the forces of light took on new dimensions when conducted in an environment that seemed to enhance both the power and the malevolence of those who aligned themselves with darkness. The Zonai parts and manufacturing materials that could be found throughout the depths in quantities that far exceeded anything available on the surface suggested that this underground realm had served as the primary repository and production center for the advanced technology that had once supported ancient civilizations. The quality and variety of components available for those who knew how to locate and utilize them opened possibilities for creating vehicles, weapons, and tools that exceeded contemporary manufacturing capabilities, while also providing insights into how advanced technology could be integrated with natural forces to achieve results that seemed to transcend normal limitations. The zoneaite that powered these ancient devices and could be refined into energy sources for contemporary applications represented perhaps the most valuable resource that the depths had to offer, but harvesting and processing it required knowledge and techniques that were not immediately obvious to casual explorers. The mining and refinement processes necessary to transform raw zoneaite into usable energy sources demanded not just technical skill, but understanding of the principles that governed the interaction between mechanical devices and the cos, elemental forces that they were designed to harness and direct. Yet beneath all these discoveries and opportunities, beneath the archaeological treasures and technological resources, beneath even the strategic advantages and dangers that the depths offered to various factions and individuals, lay the most significant and terrifying aspect of this underground realm, its role as the prison and power source for the ultimate evil that had threatened the kingdom across countless generations of conflict and sacrifice. The gloom roots that could be traced throughout the depths, spreading like the circulatory system of some vast underground organism, all led ultimately toward the deepest and most heavily protected regions beneath Hyrule Castle, where the source of all corruption and malevolence had been contained, but never truly defeated. These organic conduits carried not just physical substances, but spiritual and magical energies that had been feeding the imprisoned Ganondorf across the millennia, sustaining his existence, while also allowing him to extend his influence into the world above through subtle corruption and gradual weakening of the bonds that held him. The journey to these deepest regions required traversing not just physical obstacles and dangerous creatures, but also increasingly concentrated zones of malevolent influence that tested the spiritual as well as physical endurance of anyone who attempted to approach the source of so much darkness and corruption. The very air in these areas seemed poisoned by proximity to such concentrated evil, while the landscape itself had been transformed into something that resembled the physical manifestation of nightmare rather than any natural environment. The ruins and passages that led to the imprisoning chamber, where Ganondorf had been sealed by King Rauru's sacrifice, represented the remnants of the ancient battle between light and darkness that had shaped the fundamental structure of Hyrulean civilization. These spaces had been carved not just from stone but from the very substance of reality itself, creating environments where the normal rules of physics and metaphysics operated according to principles that reflected the cosmic nature of the conflict that had taken place within them. The imprisoning chamber itself, when finally reached through trials that tested every aspect of heroic capability and spiritual strength, revealed both the magnitude of Rauru's sacrifice and the terrible persistence of the evil that his sacrifice had contained, but not destroyed. The sight of Ganondorf's preserved form, sustained by energies that had kept him conscious and aware throughout millennia of imprisonment, while also building toward the moment when his bonds would weaken sufficiently to allow his return to active existence, provided visceral understanding of the stakes involved in the ongoing struggle between creation and destruction. The deeper gloom layer that lay beneath even the imprisoning chamber represented the ultimate expression of corrupted reality, a space where malevolence had achieved such concentration that it had begun to operate as an independent force, capable of reshaping physical laws and spiritual principles according to its own twisted logic. This was not merely a location, but a state of being, a condition of existence where the normal boundaries between different forms of reality had been dissolved by exposure to evil so pure and concentrated that it transcended individual identity and became a force of cosmic significance. The final confrontation that took place in these deepest regions represented more than just combat between individual opponents, but a clash between fundamental principles that determined whether existence itself would continue to support life, growth, beauty, and love, or whether it would be transformed into something that served only destruction, hatred, corruption, and despair. The depths had revealed themselves to be not just an underground realm, but a testing ground where the most basic questions about the nature of reality and the purpose of existence would be answered through actions that would echo across dimensions and throughout time itself. As the depths settled into their strange rhythms of light and shadow, discovery and danger, revelation and mystery, they remained a testament to the complexity and depth of creation itself, a reminder that beneath even the most familiar and apparently well-understood aspects of existence lay layers of reality that challenged assumptions and opened possibilities that exceeded imagination, while also demanding wisdom, courage, and spiritual strength to navigate safely and successfully. High above the surface world, where the sky itself had become a realm of exploration and discovery, as strange and wonderful as the depths below, the great sky islands floated in defiance of every natural law that surface dwellers had ever considered immutable, their very existence challenging fundamental assumptions about what was possible while providing access to forms of knowledge and power that had remained hidden since the earliest days of creation itself. These floating sanctuaries, raised from their original positions through mechanisms and forces that transcended normal understanding, served as bridges between the earthbound concerns of mortal existence and the cosmic principles that governed reality at its most fundamental levels. The Room of Awakening, where Link's consciousness had first stirred after his fall into the depths beneath Hyrule Castle, represented both ending and beginning, destruction and renewal, the completion of one phase of heroic journey and the commencement of another that would test capabilities and understanding that had been developed through trials that most mortals could never survive. The chamber's position high above the main sky islands suggested that it might represent the remnants of the original Hyrule Castle, the seat of ancient power that had been raised to the heavens, along with the Temple of Time, when the Zonai foresaw the need to preserve essential knowledge and capabilities for future generations. The Great Sky Island cluster that served as Link's reintroduction to active existence provided not just tutorial experiences for relearning essential skills, but spiritual preparation for challenges that would require integration of physical capability with mental understanding and moral clarity. The island's design reflected sophisticated understanding of how learning and growth could be facilitated through carefully structured experiences that built confidence while also revealing the scope and complexity of what lay ahead. The Temple of Time that crowned the central island represented far more than simple architectural achievement or historical monument. It embodied the intersection between temporal and eternal concerns, between the immediate needs of heroic action and the cosmic principles that gave such action meaning and significance. The structure's positioning and design created spaces where communion between mortal consciousness and divine understanding became not just possible but inevitable for those who approached with appropriate preparation and spiritual openness. The waterways and mechanical systems that filled the temple's interior demonstrated how Zonai understanding had achieved perfect synthesis between technological capability and natural forces, creating environments where the boundaries between artificial construction and organic growth had been transcended through wisdom that recognized no fundamental distinction between what was made and what was grown, between what was mechanical and what was alive. The platform where Link encountered the golden orb that would carry the broken Master Sword through time itself to Princess Zelda in the ancient past represented perhaps the most remarkable achievement of Zonai temporal manipulation, a feat that transcended not just normal understanding of cause and effect, but also conventional assumptions about the nature of time, identity, and the relationships between different moments of existence. The orb's ability to recognize what was needed and to facilitate connections across vast expanses of history demonstrated capabilities that approached, or perhaps even exceeded, divine power. The dragon that burst through the clouds at the moment when this temporal exchange was completed provided visible confirmation that the rescue of the Master Sword had been successful, while also revealing the true nature of Princess Zelda's sacrifice and the form that her contribution to ultimate victory would take. The sight of the light dragon soaring through skies that had been cleared of unnatural darkness represented hope made manifest, while also highlighting the terrible costs that had been required to create the conditions for such hope. The construct that provided explanation for how the ancient sites had been raised to the heavens offered insights into Zonai foresight and planning that revealed capabilities for long-term thinking and strategic preparation that exceeded anything that shorter-lived peoples could achieve. The decision to preserve essential knowledge and capabilities by removing them from the surface world where they might be destroyed or corrupted demonstrated wisdom that recognized the difference between temporary setbacks and permanent losses. The ruins scattered throughout the Sky Islands spoke to communities and civilizations that had once thrived in these elevated realms, their architecture and layout suggesting forms of social organization and daily life that had been adapted to aerial existence in ways that took advantage of unique opportunities, while also addressing distinctive challenges. The dragon symbolism that appeared throughout these structures provided constant reminders of the transformation that conscious beings could undergo when they chose to sacrifice individual existence for purposes that transcended personal limitations. The trial that could be undertaken in the later phases of Sky Island exploration, with its reward of ancient fabric that connected contemporary equipment to historical traditions, represented more than simple acquisition of useful items. It embodied the principle that true strength came not from abandoning the past, but from integrating its wisdom with present capabilities, creating synthesis that honored what had come before, while also adapting to current circumstances and future possibilities. The Sky Islands served as constant reminders that reality extended far beyond the surface world's apparent boundaries, that existence itself was far more complex and filled with potential than even the most imaginative surface dwellers had ever conceived, and that the relationship between different realms and dimensions was characterized not by separation but by interconnection, not by isolation, but by constant exchange of energies and influences that made all levels of reality part of a single vast system of meaning and purpose that could only be fully understood by those who had the courage to explore its public, furthest reaches and its deepest mysteries. In the gentle years that followed the defeat of ancient evils and the purification of corrupted machines, when the immediate crises that had threatened the very existence of civilization began to fade into memory like nightmares dispelled by morning light, the scattered communities of Hyrule faced a challenge that was in many ways more complex and demanding than anything they had confronted during the darkest hours of their struggle for survival. This was the task of rebuilding not just their physical structures and economic systems, but the deeper foundations of trust, cooperation, and shared purpose that had been damaged by centuries of isolation, fear, and the kind of desperate self-preservation that sometimes forces good people to make choices that they would never consider under normal circumstances. Yet this period of renewal and reconstruction also represented an unprecedented opportunity to create something better than what had existed before, to learn from the mistakes and limitations of previous generations while building upon their achievements and wisdom in ways that honored the past without being constrained by its failures. The communities that emerged from this process would be stronger, more resilient, and more genuinely united than their predecessors, having been forged in the crucible of shared hardship and tempered by the understanding that their individual survival depended upon their collective success. Hateno village, nestled among the rolling hills of eastern Necluda, like a jewel set in emerald velvet, had survived the great calamity through a combination of geographic isolation, practical wisdom, and the kind of quiet determination that had always characterized the best aspects of rural Hylian culture. Its position on the kingdom's eastern edge had protected it from the worst of the Guardian attacks that had devastated central Hyrule, while its residents' focus on agriculture, craftsmanship, and the fundamental necessities of daily life had given them the resources and skills necessary to maintain their community. When more elaborate and specialized settlements had collapsed under the weight of disrupted supply chains and broken communication networks. During the dark century that followed the fall of Hyrule Castle, Hateno had gradually evolved from a simple farming village into something approaching a new capital, though its residents would never have used such grandiose terminology to describe their community's growing importance. The settlement had become a refuge for survivors from other regions, a center of learning and research where ancient knowledge could be preserved and new understanding could be developed, and a symbol of hope for those who believed that Hyrule's best days might still lie in the future rather than irretrievably lost in the past. The Hateno Tech Lab, established in one of the village's most prominent buildings and operated by researchers whose dedication to understanding ancient Sheikah technology had never wavered despite decades of limited resources and official discouragement, represented perhaps the most important intellectual achievement of the post-calamity period. Pura's work in this facility, supported by her assistant Simin and a gradually expanding network of collaborators from throughout the kingdom, had not only preserved crucial knowledge about the devices and systems that had once defended Hyrule, but had also developed new applications and innovations that made this ancient wisdom relevant to contemporary needs and challenges. The blue flame that powered the laboratory's most sophisticated equipment had been carefully maintained throughout the darkest years, its steady radiance serving as both practical necessity and powerful symbol of the kind of persistent dedication that had allowed essential knowledge to survive when so much else had been lost. The sight of researchers carrying torches to transfer this sacred fire from its source to the laboratory had become one of Hateno's most distinctive and inspiring rituals, a visible reminder that some truths were too important to be allowed to fade away regardless of the difficulties involved in preserving them. The neat lines marked on the laboratory floor, dividing the space between Pura's chaotic but productive work area and Simin's more organized and systematic approach to research, provided a perfect metaphor for how different temperaments and methodologies could coexist and complement each other when united by shared goals and mutual respect. The contrast between these two approaches to scholarly investigation demonstrated that there was no single correct way to pursue knowledge, that diversity of thinking and methodology was a strength rather than a weakness, and that the most important discoveries often emerged from the creative tension between different perspectives and approaches. The divine beast model that hung from the laboratory's ceiling remained one of its most intriguing mysteries, its purpose and origins unknown even to the researchers who worked beneath it every day. Some theories suggested that it represented an early design concept that had been abandoned in favor of the four massive machines that were eventually constructed, while others proposed that it might have been intended as a fifth divine beast that was never completed due to resource limitations or strategic considerations. Its presence served as a constant reminder that even the most thoroughly studied historical periods contained gaps and uncertainties that left room for speculation and continued investigation. The telescope that pointed towards Satori Mountain provided the laboratory's researchers with a direct view of one of the kingdom's most mysterious and spiritually significant locations, allowing them to observe and document the periodic appearances of the Lord of the Mountain, while also conducting more general studies of atmospheric conditions and astronomical phenomena. This instrument represented the kind of practical tool that could serve multiple research purposes while also maintaining connections to the broader natural and spiritual environment that surrounded their work. The house that had once belonged to Link, perched on a small rise overlooking the village like a humble castle surveying its domain, had become one of the most poignant symbols of how the great calamity had disrupted even the most personal and intimate aspects of individual lives. The hero's century-long absence had left this modest dwelling abandoned and forgotten, its ownership records lost, and its very existence threatened by the kind of bureaucratic processes that continued to function even when the larger systems they served had collapsed. The irony of Link being forced to repurchase his own home upon his return to active life spoke to the way that legal and administrative systems could sometimes operate according to their own internal logic without regard for the human realities they were supposedly designed to serve. Yet the process of restoring and furnishing this dwelling also provided opportunities for healing and renewal, allowing the returning hero to rebuild not just his physical living space, but his connections to the community and the sense of belonging that had been interrupted by his long sleep. The expansion and decoration of the house, through collaboration with Hudson Construction, demonstrated how individual projects could serve broader community purposes, creating employment opportunities for local craftspeople, while also providing visible examples of how determination and resources could transform modest beginnings into something approaching luxury and comfort. The various upgrades and improvements that could be added to the dwelling over time reflected the kind of gradual, organic development that characterized the healthiest forms of community growth. The shop where clothing could be dyed in a rainbow of colors represented more than simple commercial enterprise. It embodied the village's commitment to beauty, individual expression, and the kind of attention to aesthetic concerns that distinguished true civilization from mere survival. The proprietor's cheerful willingness to help visitors transform their garments spoke to the generous spirit that had always characterized Hateno's residents, while the variety of colors and options available demonstrated that even in a world recovering from catastrophe, there was still room for personal choice and creative expression. The inn that provided comfortable accommodation for travelers from distant regions served as one of the most important bridges between Hateno and the broader kingdom, creating opportunities for the exchange of news, goods, and ideas that enriched both visitors and residents, while also generating the economic activity that supported other aspects of community life. The innkeeper's stories and the conversations that flowed around their common room became informal but crucial channels for the kind of communication and cultural exchange that knit scattered settlements into something approaching a unified society. The extensive agricultural operations that surrounded the village and provided both sustenance and economic foundation for its prosperity, represented perhaps the most fundamental and essential aspect of Hateno's success as a community. The farms and orchards that dotted the hillsides demonstrated how careful stewardship of natural resources could create abundance that supported not just immediate needs, but also the kind of surplus that made civilization possible. While the farmers' willingness to experiment with new crops and techniques showed how tradition and innovation could work together to create better outcomes than either approach could achieve alone. The mushroom craze that swept through Hateno during the period following the defeat of Calamity Ganon represented one of the most delightful and unexpected examples of how communities could adapt and change in response to new influences and opportunities. Cece's transformation of what had begun as personal fascination with fungal varieties into a fashion movement that spread throughout the kingdom demonstrated how individual creativity and enthusiasm could become catalysts for broader cultural changes that enriched the lives of countless people. The mayoral election that pitted Cece against Reed provided the village with an opportunity to explore democratic processes and community decision-making in ways that honored both tradition and innovation, while also demonstrating how apparent conflicts could be resolved through dialogue, compromise, and the kind of creative problem-solving that turned potential divisions into sources of strength. The campaign issues, while sometimes seeming trivial to outside observers, reflected genuine differences in vision and priority that deserved serious consideration and respectful debate. The school that Princess Zelda established in Hateno during the period between the defeat of Calamity Ganon and the emergence of new challenges represented perhaps her greatest contribution to the kingdom's long-term recovery and development. This institution, created through her personal initiative and supported by her deep commitment to education, as the foundation of both individual growth and social progress, provided local children with opportunities for learning and development that would have been unimaginable during the dark century that had preceded its establishment. The classes conducted in this school covered not just basic literacy and numeracy, but also history, natural science, cultural studies, and the kind of critical thinking skills that would prepare students to become informed and engaged citizens of whatever society they would help to create as adults. The princess's direct involvement in teaching and curriculum development demonstrated her understanding that true leadership required not just political authority, but personal commitment to the welfare and development of individual people, especially those who would inherit responsibility for the kingdom's future. The house that had once been Link's exclusive domain, but now bore signs indicating Zelda's residence, raised intriguing questions about the relationship between the hero and princess that extended far beyond their professional and political connections. The nature of their living arrangements, the degree of their personal intimacy, and the ways that their private relationship might influence their public roles remained subjects of curiosity and speculation among village residents who had witnessed their partnership during the most challenging periods of recent history. The changes that occurred in the village's research infrastructure as personnel shifted between different facilities and projects reflected the dynamic nature of intellectual work and the way that successful scholarly communities adapted to new opportunities and challenges while maintaining continuity with their core missions and values. Robbie's relocation from the Akala Tech Lab to join Pura's team in Hateno created new possibilities for collaboration and knowledge sharing, while also demonstrating how individual researchers could remain flexible and responsive to changing circumstances. The expansion of Hateno's influence and connections to other communities throughout the kingdom reflected the natural growth that occurred when successful settlements became centers of innovation, education, and economic activity that attracted visitors and created opportunities for mutually beneficial relationships. The village's evolution from isolated agricultural community to regional center of learning and commerce provided a template for understanding how organic development could create prosperity and influence without requiring the kind of centralized planning and control that had characterized previous approaches to kingdom-wide organization. The bridges that connected different communities across Hyrule took many forms, from the physical structures that spanned rivers and canyons to the cultural and economic relationships that allowed people from different backgrounds and regions to work together toward shared goals. The stable system that had emerged during the post-calamity period represented perhaps the most important of these connecting institutions, providing not just rest and refreshment for travelers, but also the kind of neutral meeting grounds where people from different communities could encounter each other in contexts that encouraged cooperation rather than competition. These way stations, scattered throughout the kingdom at intervals that made long-distance travel practical and safe, had evolved far beyond their original function as simple rest stops to become centers of communication, trade, and cultural exchange that served as the nervous system of the recovering kingdom. The innkeepers who managed these facilities often possessed encyclopedic knowledge of regional conditions, political developments, and economic opportunities that made them invaluable sources of information for travelers, while also giving them influence and status that extended far beyond their modest official positions. The conversations that flowed around stable fires in the evening hours became one of the most important mechanisms for the transmission of news, ideas, and cultural innovations across the vast distances that separated different communities. Merchants shared information about market conditions and consumer preferences. Scholars discussed their latest discoveries and theories. Craftspeople exchanged techniques and design concepts, while ordinary travelers contributed their own observations and experiences to the great ongoing conversation that gradually knit the scattered settlements of Hyrule into something approaching a unified society. The simple kindness that characterized interactions at these establishments demonstrated that the fundamental human capacity for hospitality and mutual aid had survived even the most challenging circumstances and continued to serve as one of the most powerful forces for healing and reconciliation in a world that had experienced far too much conflict and division. The willingness of strangers to share food, shelter, and conversation with others they might never meet again reflected values and commitments that transcended immediate self-interest and created the kind of social bonds that made civilization possible. The great fairy fountains that dotted the landscape, like hidden jewels, waiting to be discovered by those who possessed sufficient dedication and resources to seek them out, represented connections to forms of power and wisdom that transcended ordinary understanding while remaining accessible to anyone who approached them with appropriate respect and preparation. These magical sanctuaries, each presided over by a being whose beauty and benevolence had inspired legends and stories across generations, provided services and blessings that enhanced both individual capabilities and collective welfare. Kotera, Terra, Mija, and Kesa, the four great fairies whose fountains could be activated through community effort and generous offerings, embodied different aspects of the same fundamental principle that true power served others rather than dominating them, that wisdom was meant to be shared rather than hoarded, and that the most precious gifts were those that enhanced the recipient's ability to help and protect those they cared about. Their willingness to enhance the protective capabilities of clothing and equipment reflected an understanding that individual strength was meaningless unless it was used in service of purposes larger than mere personal advantage. The process of locating and activating these fountains required not just individual initiative, but community cooperation, as the resources necessary to awaken the great fairies could rarely be assembled by single persons working in isolation. The orchestras and musicians who provided the performances that pleased these magical beings demonstrated how artistic achievement could serve practical purposes, while also enriching the cultural life of the communities that supported such endeavors. The blessings that the great fairies provided extended beyond simple enhancement of physical equipment to encompass the kind of spiritual and emotional support that helped individuals maintain their commitment to noble purposes, even when facing seemingly impossible challenges. The sight of these magnificent beings, with their otherworldly beauty and obvious supernatural power, served as tangible reminders that forces existed in the world that supported and encouraged those who dedicated themselves to protecting others and advancing the cause of justice and compassion. The monthly return of the blood moon continued to serve as a sobering reminder that the victory over Calamity Ganon, significant as it had been, had not eliminated all sources of danger and corruption from the world. The crimson light that periodically bathed the landscape in its ominous glow carried with it the power to restore fallen monsters to life, creating cyclical challenges that required ongoing vigilance and preparedness from communities throughout the kingdom. Yet this recurring threat also had the effect of encouraging cooperation and mutual support among settlements that might otherwise have been tempted to focus exclusively on their own immediate concerns and local priorities. The shared watches and coordinated defensive measures that communities developed to address blood moon dangers created networks of communication and collaboration that served broader purposes than simple monster hunting, while the knowledge that every settlement faced similar challenges on the same schedule fostered the kind of solidarity and mutual understanding that strengthened bonds between different groups and regions. The adaptation strategies that communities developed to deal with these monthly crises demonstrated remarkable creativity and resilience, ranging from the construction of improved fortifications and the development of more effective weapons to the establishment of early warning systems and mutual aid agreements that ensured no settlement would face the renewed threats entirely alone. The sharing of techniques and resources that occurred as part of these defensive preparations contributed to the broader process of technological and cultural exchange that was gradually rebuilding the kingdom's capabilities and knowledge base. The psychological impact of knowing that victory was never permanent, that the forces of darkness would continue to reassert themselves regardless of how many times they were defeated, could have been overwhelming and demoralizing for people who had already endured so much loss and struggle. Instead, most communities found ways to incorporate this reality into their worldview in ways that emphasized the importance of constant vigilance and mutual support, while also celebrating the victories that were possible even if they could not be permanent. The children who grew up during this period of gradual recovery and renewal inherited a world that was very different from anything their parents had known, a realm where ancient ruins served as playgrounds and sources of wonder, rather than symbols of loss and defeat, where the stories of champions and heroes were not distant legends, but recent history that had been witnessed by people they knew and respected, where the possibility of magic and miracle was part of everyday reality rather than something confined to fairy tales and religious ceremonies. These young people developed perspectives on courage, sacrifice, and community responsibility that reflected their first-hand observation of how individual actions could have kingdom-wide consequences, while also learning from their elders' experiences about the importance of preparation, cooperation, and the kind of persistent dedication that allowed essential values and institutions to survive even the most challenging circumstances. Their education encompassed not just traditional academic subjects, but practical skills in self-defense, emergency preparedness, and the kind of adaptability that would serve them well in a world where change and challenge were constant features of existence. The new traditions that emerged from this unique historical moment blended ancient wisdom with contemporary insights, creating cultural forms that honored the past while remaining relevant to present circumstances and future possibilities. The festivals and ceremonies that developed during this period celebrated not just traditional seasonal cycles and religious observances, but also the victories and sacrifices that had made recovery possible, while the stories and songs that captured popular imagination reflected themes of resilience, cooperation, and hope that resonated with people who had lived through experiences that tested all these qualities. The artistic achievements that emerged from communities throughout the kingdom during this period reflected both the trauma and the triumph that had characterized recent history, creating works that acknowledged the reality of loss and suffering while also celebrating the beauty and meaning that could emerge from even the most difficult circumstances. The musicians who composed new melodies, the storytellers who crafted new narratives, the craftspeople who developed new decorative techniques, all drew inspiration from their community's experiences, while also contributing to the cultural renewal that was as important as physical reconstruction in creating a kingdom worthy of the sacrifices that had been made to preserve it. As evening settled over the diverse communities of Hyrule and the lights in countless windows spoke of families gathered to share the day's experiences and prepare for whatever tomorrow might bring, the kingdom rested in the knowledge that it had proven capable of surviving its greatest challenges while remaining true to the values and commitments that made survival worthwhile. The bonds that connected different peoples and different regions had been strengthened rather than weakened by their shared trials, while the wisdom gained through hardship had created foundations for future growth and achievement that were stronger and more resilient than anything that had existed in the past. In the quiet moments between the day's work and the night's dreams, in the gentle conversations that flowed between neighbors who had learned to value each other's contributions and support each other's aspirations, in the prayers and hopes that rose from hearts that had discovered how much beauty and meaning could coexist with uncertainty and challenge, the true strength of Hyrulean civilization revealed itself not as something that could be measured in military victories or technological achievements, but as something far more precious and enduring: the capacity to create communities where everyone belonged, where individual gifts served collective purposes, where the future was built through countless small acts of courage and kindness, and where hope remained stronger than fear, regardless of what darkness might still lurk in the shadows of an uncertain world. And so we conclude our gentle journey through the diverse realms of Hyrule, from the volcanic peaks where Gorons forged their brotherhood in furnaces that burn with the concentrated fury of creation itself, to the crystal waters where Zora wisdom flows eternal, like the purest mountain streams that have never known corruption or doubt. We have walked the desert sands where Gerudo's strength is tempered by compassion that transforms the harsh demands of survival into opportunities for developing forms of grace and inner power that would be impossible in any gentler environment. Soared with the Rito through mountain winds that carry songs older than memory, and dreams of flight that connect earthbound souls to the infinite possibilities that dance forever, just beyond the reach of ordinary understanding. Through hidden valleys, we have discovered the patient wisdom of the Shaker, those shadow folk who have preserved through generations of exile and persecution, the ancient secrets that serve not their own advancement, but the welfare of all who dwell beneath the watching stars, their knowledge flowing like underground streams that nourish roots we cannot see, but whose fruits sustain entire forests of possibility and hope. In forgotten ruins and lost places, we have glimpsed the achievements of peoples whose very names have been almost entirely erased from the pages of recorded history, yet whose architectural marvels and spiritual insights continue to offer guidance and inspiration to those who possess eyes to see and hearts prepared to receive the gifts that transcend the boundaries between past and present. Each region tells its own story of adaptation and endurance, of communities that have learned to transform the challenges of their unique environments into opportunities for developing distinctive forms of excellence and beauty. Yet all are woven together into the greater tapestry of a kingdom that endures through every trial, because its strength lies not in any single fortress or weapon, but in the bonds that connect different peoples across the lines that might otherwise divide them. The Gorons who share their strength and their laughter with any who approach in friendship. The Gerudo who have transformed isolation into independence and scarcity into a teacher that reveals the true value of every blessing. The Zora whose long lives allow them to see patterns and possibilities invisible to shorter-lived races. The Rito whose mastery of the skies provides perspectives that ground-bound thinking could never achieve. The Shika whose dedication to wisdom serves purposes greater than their own immediate interests. The peoples we have visited tonight have faced corruption and conquest, betrayal and abandonment, losses so profound that they might have destroyed lesser communities, yet they have never surrendered the essential qualities that make them who they are, rather than merely what circumstances have forced them to become. In their persistence, we find the true strength of Hyrule, a resilience that grows not from the absence of suffering, but from the transformation of suffering into wisdom, not from avoiding challenges, but from meeting them with the kind of courage that serves others, rather than merely protecting oneself, not from the illusion that victory can ever be permanent, but from the understanding that what matters most is not whether we can avoid all darkness, but whether we can continue to choose light, even when darkness seems overwhelming. Their stories speak to truths that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single kingdom or any particular historical moment, revealing principles about community and cooperation, about the relationship between individual excellence and collective welfare, about the ways that different approaches to life's fundamental challenges can complement rather than compete with each other, when guided by wisdom and sustained by genuine commitment to purposes larger than personal advancement. The diversity that might have been a source of division becomes instead a wellspring of strength, as each people contributes their unique gifts to the common store of capability and understanding that allows the entire kingdom to flourish in ways that no single community could achieve in isolation. The regions sleep peacefully tonight, under stars that have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Yet these particular communities have proven their capacity to endure, not through the construction of monuments that defy time, but through the cultivation of values and relationships that transform time itself into an ally rather than an enemy. Their children learn not just the skills necessary for survival, but the wisdom required for creating lives worth surviving for, while their elders pass down not just techniques and information, but the kind of deep understanding that allows each new generation to build upon the achievements of their predecessors, while also remaining free to discover their own paths toward truth and beauty. The morning sun that will rise tomorrow over Hyrule Field will illuminate not just the physical landscape that spreads in all directions from the kingdom's ancient heart, but also the spiritual geography that connects every settlement and every family through bonds stronger than stone and more. enduring than the mightiest fortress. In mountain workshops where Goron hammers ring against anvils that have shaped metal for countless generations. In desert pavilions where Gerudo warriors train their daughters in arts that transform strength into protection for all who cannot protect themselves. In crystal pools where Zora healers learn to channel the same forces that bring renewal to drought-stricken lands. In aerial areas where Rito scouts prepare to carry messages of hope and warning across distances that would challenge the swiftest horses. In hidden gardens where Sheikah keepers tend the seeds of knowledge that will bloom into wisdom when the proper season arrives. As you drift toward peaceful sleep, let yourself imagine not the battles we have witnessed, but the quiet moments between, the times when the urgent demands of survival and the dramatic requirements of heroism give way to the gentler rhythms that sustain communities across the long years, when history seems to pause and ordinary life becomes the stage where the processed, most important victories are won. Picture families gathering for evening meals, where the day's small triumphs and minor challenges are shared with the kind of attention and care that transforms routine events into celebrations of connection and mutual support, where children learn through observation and participation that their individual gifts matter most when they serve purposes that include but transcend personal satisfaction and advancement. Envision the moments when strangers become neighbors through simple acts of hospitality and kindness, when the barriers that separate different peoples begin to dissolve under the influence of shared laughter and common concern for challenges that affect everyone regardless of their race or region of origin. Think of the workshops where traditional techniques are preserved and passed down, not as rigid dogmas that must never change, but as living traditions that grow stronger through thoughtful adaptation to new circumstances and changing needs, where the wisdom of ancestors provides foundation for innovations that honor the past while serving the present and preparing for whatever future may emerge from the choices that each generation makes. Consider the festivals and ceremonies that mark the passage of seasons and the celebration of achievements, where individual accomplishments are recognized and honored as contributions to collective prosperity and well-being, where the stories that define community identity are told and retold with the kind of care and attention that keeps essential truths alive across generations, while also allowing them to evolve in ways that remain relevant to contemporary experience and future possibility. Rest now in the knowledge that even in the darkest nights, when hope seems nothing more than a distant memory, and the forces arrayed against all that is beautiful and good appear overwhelming and insurmountable, the dawn always returns to remind us that no darkness is ever complete or permanent, that communities endure through the accumulation of countless small acts of courage and compassion, that cultures flourish when they remain true to their deepest values, while also remaining open to the lessons that can be learned from encounter with different ways of understanding and responding to life's eternal questions and challenges. The legend continues not in the dramatic gestures of heroes whose names echo through history, but in the quiet persistence of ordinary people who choose each day to build rather than destroy, to heal rather than harm, to connect rather than divide, to hope rather than despair, creating through their accumulated choices and actions. The kind of world where legends become possible and where the victories they represent serve not as endings, but as beginnings of new chapters in the eternal story of lights. Patient triumph over every form of darkness that dares to challenge its gentle but irresistible power.